and everything? I don't know. Alright. Hang on.
There
Is this
we
working
go.
now? Is this working?
Yes, we're live again. Woo! Sorted.
Okay. There we go. You find
Now we just need to.
the actual live as well.
Yeah.
I felt left out, guys, so I had to.
Nice.
Yes. Oh yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Red ball.
All right. Hopefully,
Okay.
hopefully everything will be sorted now. Let's see whether or not the live stream is up and running again.
It is. My audio is terrible right now, though.
You sound right.
There we go. We're live. Awesome. We're live again. Sweet.
Awesome stuff. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Like I said, we were just having some technical difficulties, so. But we're back.
Okay, I think we're good. I know you guys are breaking up. It's very patchy for me.
I think it's on you, mate. Like I can hear you clearly, and you're moving nicely, and everything's good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and post the link of this one into the chat of that other one. Because I don't think there's anybody watching us live right now.
Okay, there we go. Oh, that's better. Now it's working normal. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting people come back in. We got like 30 guys. Welcome back.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah, that's good, guys.
Let's go.
So we need 200 people back in here because that's how many we had viewing just now. So guys, make sure you. Yeah, 100%. We need to put another couple of zeros on the end of that.
Of course.
We need it looking like LJ's bank account. We need like 5 more zeros.
I hope it's got more than 2,000. I mean, that'd be pretty sad.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Okay, fair. Maybe my bank account.
It's okay. While we wait for people to jump in, let's throw in some background.
We need the
music.
We need the viewership looking like a telephone number.
And wait for everyone to come find us once again. At least Rich was able to get back in, so that's good.
Yeah,
it's exactly what I was testing now to see whether or not I
see if everyone else can. Yeah.
It's showing 0 viewers on
literally amazing.
Yeah, and the comments are not coming up on EVMux.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, we'll do this. We'll have to have the YouTube stream open on the side so we can actually have a look at the comments.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys.
Brilliant.
Alright, so hopefully, you guys can hear us then, and we'll just watch that in the the side.
Yeah, apologies everyone. It
seems as though wish us luck.
It seems as though there's an issue with our streaming platform at the moment. It just bugged out. LJ could not get in for quite a long time. So we do apologize for that. And we're not seeing any of your comments pop up in the stream, so we're just gonna have to watch it. Yeah, stream's broken, mate. It's broken.
Yeah.
The stream's broken, but we're still here, guys. Don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, where there's a will, we go away. All right. LJ, now that you are here, my friend, I am going to have to hop out. I've got a handful of things that I need to work on today. I will be back just after your session with Dirk, and then I will be in later with Samir and Sol. and then I'll see you guys just then. But I need to I need to sort this stuff out today.
Yeah, that's all
all
good.
right,
That's
guys.
all good.
All right, guys.
no
I'll
worries.
see
no worries.
you all later. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out a way that I can get the chat up on
Yeah, I've literally
the
just
same kind of measure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thing
dude,
is, like,
apologies,
I
guys. Today is
on
going to
this-
be, yeah, it's going to be a bit chopped, but
Yeah,
we'll
literally that. I wouldn't mind
see
this
what
if I
we
was
can
on
do.
my big PC, on my big computer with my big monitor. I could divide the screens up into like a million pieces, but I'm on my laptop now, so I'm like, what's chat saying? So I've just divided my my laptop into 2 screens so I can see you guys.
Oh, there we go. Okay, if you go like pop out chat, that actually works pretty well. So go to the chat, click the little 3 buttons, and then go pop out. And so that way it's just the chat window itself and not the rest of the YouTube panel. Probably works better.
Okay, yeah, fair. That does actually.
That's much better.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
At least we can see. Okay, I can make my screen a bit bigger now, and now I can still see chat's comments. So
Yeah.
awesome stuff. I went from $140 up to like $40 up. So GU seems to be rejecting just ever so slightly.
Okay, let's go back over to screens and stuff. This is going to take like a second to sort of work this out because I'm still like configuring the layout and stuff, but we'll do our best, guys. So
I'll get a screen share up.
yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
The thing is, well, I'm pulling so much data out of my phone right now as well, so my phone's just gonna take. Oh, my data's just gonna take a hammering. My phone's gonna be like, Will, what the hell are you doing, man? Or why are you doing it? Like, we don't mind giving you some data, but they'll be like, what is this?
Yeah, 5 is to the moon, no retreat, no surrender. Broken stream can't break us. Exactly. We can't bring up your comments on the screen anymore because it's not working, but we'll just relay them. And there you go.
Yeah.
Dude. Alright, we'll do it live. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Oh man.
You're about to see a whole lot of raw footage of and ahhing.
I'm just like, yeah, what's going on and stuff not working.
You're no longer gonna get presenter Will and LJ. You're gonna get real organic. LJ, what's going on here? I don't know, Will. Sort of like.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can see this just fine.
Yeah, seems okay.
So, yeah, we did have some of these trades from last night. I did get tapped into this last night whilst I was cooking dinner. This was one of the potential trades. I think originally we had this like scoped out a bit further. It was a trade like that we're talking about on stream. I left it. I did actually get tapped into this on that wick when I was making dinner last night after jumping off. Which I was also scared because I got like a market entry order, and then I looked at it and I was like, why did it have that in? I was like,
nice.
Oh, it's actually not too bad. You know? So,
yeah, I know what you mean. Like, there's such a good feeling. Like, I've spoken about this like when I was out on the golf course. You know, there's such a good feeling about getting an alert saying that you've hit TP while you're doing something completely not trading. Like, if you're out having dinner or you're out having lunch or you're out doing something that you couldn't do if you had a 9-to-5 job, and then you get an alert saying, "Oh, you've hit TP." Brilliant, best feeling in the world. Even when you hit stop loss, it's like, oh, it's a shame, but oh well, I'm doing this. When you get an alert saying you've now been entered in, there's a wave of stress because you're like, I can't remember what this is.
what was it? Yeah, why am I in trade right now?
Yeah, and that you've got to like try and
Not
like
me.
remember or like sort of try and negotiate with yourself on why you've entered in. Then you've got to like try and get back to the chart and like be like, is this still valid? So yeah, I would say LJ, bro, what an awesome vibe, but I kind of get the stress vibe. I know what you mean.
Dude, the number of times, like, normally it doesn't work out the way. The number of times where I've exited an order, but maybe I closed the app too quickly or something else happened or something, and it didn't fully close everything. Or I've used
No.
like a close all orders type thing on whatever trading platform, and it doesn't always close everything. Nowadays, things are pretty good. Most platforms work just fine. But especially like 10 years ago, where there was a bit more like glitchy, like bugs and that kind of thing with platforms. And I'd come back later and found there's an entry in that's been running the whole time, like naked, and didn't even realize. And I'm just like, oh.
Savage.
And it's literally a toss the coin of whether that ends up good or bad.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I remember my go on.
yeah. No, go on.
I was gonna say I remember my first 10K day, and it was an accident, very much like you've just mentioned. It was one of those where I thought I closed out on like most of my trades. I thought I closed out on all of my trades, and it was a profit. I was like, yeah, cool. I think I banked like 3-4% on like across the board. Turns out I didn't. Only like 20, 25, 30% of my portfolio closed. The rest ran. And
Yeah.
turns out, a bit like you just said, it was complete naked. There was no TP, no stop loss, nothing. It was just running. And I got back to the charts after. I think I went out for lunch with my parents or my family or maybe even my partner at the time. I really can't remember. But I got back to the markets. I'm like pretty chill. I was like, yes, that was. I feel stuffed after food now. Sat at the market, opened the terminals to realize I was still in a trade. I just got this wave of like cold, like this sort of like cold chill went over my body before I actually looked at the P&L, and I was like, oh no, oh shit. Like I proper crap my pants, and then I looked at the P&L and I was like, oh, well then. Yeah,
That's not so
not
bad.
so
Like,
bad. But nonetheless, that I never want that experience again. Like, okay, yes, it was good that time, and like this is what I talk about. Like this is why I say so. Like, it's so important to make sure that it never happens again. And some people say like, oh yeah, but like, Will, I passed my account doing that. Dude, like I've had a 10K day doing that, and I never want that to happen again. You know, because that was just
not good.
No one wants that.
No. Exactly.
No.
So yeah, I mean, it works out sometimes. Most of the time, it doesn't. And the thing is, the bad times is normally much worse than the good times, right? Like going to zero is way worse than making 100%. To be honest.
Yeah.
You know, right? So
unless you're like 100% of a personal account, if you've got like I don't know, like a 100K personal account and you make 100% profit. Dude, congratulations.
Yeah.
Run. Take it, get paid out, and sprint as fast as you can and never look back.
Yeah.
But don't think that you can repeat that because like LJ just said, usually the other direction is significantly worse.
Yes.
You'll lose 50K.
This was also the same last night where we were talking about these trades that I marked out and I actually put the levels when I was measuring it. On both on some of my prop accounts and on personal as well, and I got tapped into this one on the euro, same deal as the Aussie last night, and got the notifications, closed that out, so it actually it worked out on both ends. Just after that though, I thought I was fully complete. Checked through each of the accounts, nothing. Missed two of them, which still had the other order, which was the opposing idea of the short through here from last night. And so, dude, all my trades today and end of New York last night, I've been tapped in accidentally, and it's actually worked out. I have not taken any other trades myself today. This is just what we mapped out last night as potentials, and both directions, it's gone great. So I feel like this is ridiculous. Like that's why I'm laughing. Like this is not good. This is a result of me being like overworked and
I was gonna say
doing too
it's
many
almost like
things
that.
and missing stuff. It's happened to work out well, which is why it's funny. But yeah, you want to make sure you don't miss that stuff, which I did actually go through and comb through each of them, but I got through and then missed two, which I thought I'd gone through everything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I cleared it all. Yep, gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and like yeah, that's everything. But yeah, there were two that I missed, and so this is still currently in play. And I don't know whether, given I got tapped in like this, do I actually try hold to down here, right?
I mean,
14 to 1. Like it's just ridiculous, dude.
I don't know what to say.
The current situation is like we are, obviously. So the other night we had the the US and Trump saying we're going to some kind of agreement. Iran said no. There were indirect agreements though. Basically, communications between Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan, talking to Iran delegates, and then also talking to US, and then basically being a bridge communicator. And we are meant to be teeing up some kind of meeting type thing in Pakistan. Hopefully still goes forward. And the 48-hour deadline from the weekend has been extended to the end of the week, basically 5 days. Which again, classic Trump. Markets are closed, we've got the weekend, it's the same playbook again and again and again and again. Now the US has also moved troops in towards the strait and are definitely setting up, if they have to, for some kind of ground war type effects.
Yeah.
When that happens.
I sort of thought that would be the case like a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago even.
Yeah. So they're now in position and they're prepared for that, which comes at the time of these talks. So it gives the US leverage in the talks. The other portion is that since the escalations began, it's roughly a 3 to 4 week delay between, even though the spot price, like you guys see with oil, natural gas, urea, any other commodities, all that kind of stuff is happening in real time, markets are always pricing the future. So in the real economy, those flow-on effects basically come in 3 to 4 weeks later because of the duration of existing tankers that were already in transit. So we're now up to that point where Asian countries, South Korea, Japan, China has backlogs of oil, but they want to keep restocking that if they can, not get into a dire position. And we've got places like Australia as well getting some pressure because we closed down a lot of our oil production a while ago. Same with refineries. A lot of natural gas, but that's it. So the other point where we are now, that pretty much comes back to where you'll get foreign countries putting pressure on. People like Scott Bessent, etc., going, hey, yeah, we really need to wrap this up or call it a day. You said 3 to 4 weeks. When now this is getting a bit wobbly, like you're going down the hill on a skateboard and you're getting wobbles. Like let's not crash out. Right? We need to just bomb the hill and then just get out of here. And let's not try to do it again. So that's pretty much where we are now. And obviously Iran's position is basically to preserve the regime, which for that they need to, if they want to subsede nuclear technology in whatever degree, then they need some other kind of protections, right? Mm-hmm. Reduction of sanctions and guarantees that they won't be attacked again, and that will have to be probably brokered by someone like a Russia or China intermediary between Iran, US, and probably Israel. So then it gets really weird trying to get all these people in a room to agree and trust each other in particular.
Yeah.
That's basically where we are now. So
That's the biggest one as well. Like you said, there's a lot based on trust and word, should we call it? And it's a matter of like no one. Let's be honest, no one trusts anything most of these leaders are saying. Like I would just say no one trusts Trump, ha ha ha, and then it makes it sound like I'm just acting Trump all the time. Trump's just so loud in his ways that he's just so. He's like the megaphone at the moment. That's all we hear is Trump, Trump, Trump. But nonetheless, it goes the same with pretty much all leaders. There's a reason why people don't trust politics and politicians. But most world leaders have their own agenda. In theory, it's going to be in preservation for their own country. But therefore, people can't trust these politicians. So like you said, trying to get them all in a room to agree on something. And I discussed this yesterday. I think it was with Anastasia. We were talking about trying to find this sort of LJ and yourself. Trying to find that sort of happy medium where they're going to be, they're going to find agreement. And I think we're going to struggle the most with that.
Yeah, exactly. And like the thing is, same deal when the headlines came out, and I was on with Dirk, and then we had the other ones from Iran saying that. They didn't talk at all. And everyone's like, oh, no, they didn't talk. I'm like, what do you mean? You believe Iran and you just think the US is telling fibs. Like, people's thinking is not... like, who has the leverage position right here? Obviously, from a game theory perspective, yes, Iran has to say, no, we didn't talk. It's also beneficial for US to say, we did talk. Maybe they'll say, we talked a bit more than we actually did. But there has clearly been communications. And I was trying to highlight that. Yeah, it's not direct communications, but it's tangential through Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. And so there are talks going on. And we saw the market did sustain that, where there were a bunch of people calling for this big pump to just be completely unwound and potentially go lower because there were no talks. And it's like, no, this is a time of war. Every side you have to expect they're not going to be fully honest, right? The same thing with Russia, Ukraine. Both sides are going to go back and forth and say what they need to. I swear no one studied history or even just has regardless of any of that, just like
the word
critical thinking. Yeah, like it's like come on, like wake up. Like, dude, I feel like we've done this like too many times that surely it's almost like the Trump playbook, where you get good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, and you can play that again. But people still, everyone knows taco, but then when taco happens, people are like surprised that it happened. Yeah, I don't know how at this point. It's wild, So
yeah, literally. Dirk.
How we doing, Dirk?
Good.
How you doing?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you guys are. Yeah, pretty good. Had some sweet time finally this morning to look into some macro things again, especially the private credit sector and the 10 trillion in refinancing the USA still has to do in 2026 for debt. So it's probably going to be interesting. We can talk about this a little bit later on if you guys want. And other than that, I mean, the market's doing pretty okay, I think, today.
Yeah, it's doing okay. I'm in a GU at the moment, as you can see here. So GU it's looking okay. It's not too bad. Hopefully we can close quite bullishly now. If we start wicking this and we don't quite close as bullishly as I want, I'm going to be questioning the whole move here, but at the moment I'm not. At the moment this is really nice movement and pretty valid as well, so I'm in it across a couple of accounts as well actually on this. This is a really nice trade for me, so I'm going to love you all and leave you in the very fabulous capable hands of these two handsome gentlemen, and I'm going to leave this trade run. I'm going to leave it run. My stop is on, my TP is on, and my trades are running quite nicely. So I'm going to come back in about 2 hours time. I'm going to put some alerts on, I think, around my break even just to see what goes on. So I'll probably put my alert around break even. Why isn't it letting me put an alert? alert. There we go.
Nice.
Bosh.
Nice.
Nice.
Alert limit reached. Ah.
Sometimes I do think I
Those-
should get premium.
Also, do it, man. It's worth. I always like to update it when they have this Black Friday sale in November,
Yeah.
whenever it is, and they give you like 70% discount or something like this. So I always end up with having like 500 remaining days of premium subscription, and it's worth spending. Although I'm, from a trading perspective, I'm not the biggest friend of TradingView in general. Because specifically for the alerts, I have seen very often that if you have indicators triggering alerts, and those indicators are a bit larger, that very often TradingView likes to trigger wrong alerts message, like it triggers an alert, but there is no re-alert, which is problematic if you have, a back-end trading with these alert messages.
Connected, yeah.
Yeah. Right, guys. I'm gonna love you and leave you because I gotta go sort some stuff out. But I have, like I just explained, guys. I've got this trade on now. Alert is set at BE. Hopefully, it doesn't do what Dirk just said and falsely alert me. So, guys, I shall see you in about 2 hours' time. Peace.
Beautiful.
See you. Take care, man.
See you, Will. Yeah, Dirk. So we've had, if you haven't noticed, we've had a couple problems with the stream.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
read
probably come
earlier on
in
WhatsApp.
Just fine. Okay, good. So I don't know if you'll have to pull the YouTube chat from YouTube, and then you can put it into like a pop-out browser. That's what we've done.
Oh, so
'cause
the chat is not
Mux
live
one-
here at the moment.
Yeah, it's not. It's not working. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So-
good to know. Let me pull
Yeah.
up YouTube.
So I think if you do that with the pop-out browser, at least then it's not going to take out the rest of YouTube on your screen.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff.
Let me do that.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, apologies guys for trying to shift this around. It's quite difficult. I did see some of you guys' questions in general. So we had Abradov Finkler
back.
saying, did you buy your wife a new Birkin bag after that win?
Well, I'm still in that trade, so it's just on paper, but it's of
Yeah.
course a fantastic trade. I actually, let me switch to mine. I updated my stop loss. So stop loss is now here. I'm not going to lose money on this trade anymore. I'm going to just let it run. If we manage to go over the bull market support bands, I might actually put my stuff a little bit into profit already. But yeah, it's my trade of a year, my personal trade of a year so far. And we have only first quarter, so if I have one of those every quarter, that's nice already. Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got out at 4,400.
Okay.
It's 44.31 specifically.
Yesterday, did you get out there?
On that spike, yeah. And
Yeah.
I didn't have a huge position. This was just like a day trading. It's still $400 an ounce for like a
Yeah,
0.5%.
it's crazy, no?
Yeah, so that's still massive.
Massive.
But it's not like I dumped in, like a huge percentage of total portfolio type.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, yesterday I also was a little bit in the situation where I thought like, okay, this is like, is it going to make it now? Is it going to continue, or are we going to retest like the area around 4,000 another time? And I kind of started doubting my space, especially after Anastasia yesterday betted more on gold, like going to the downside again, but you know how it is,
Yeah.
you gotta stick to your guns and not listen
Yeah.
to other people's opinions when it comes to trading.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see how this one develops and if my plans of world domination really become reality.
Exactly. And I mean, like we were saying with when the announcement happened, and then I immediately saw everyone saying like, "Oh, Iran said it didn't happen, rah rah."
Yeah.
And we were just talking about this before. Like, I was so confused. Like, okay, so wait, you're telling me you've seen this headline, you don't believe the US, but you definitely do believe Iran. At least be reasonable and don't believe either side, right? That
Exactly,
would be sensible, right? Why do you just auto believe Iran? Like that's insane. it's in their best interest to say that we didn't meet from game theory standpoint because they're trying to preserve the regime. They need leverage. Right now, your leverage is either nuclear facilities and potential weapons or hostages. Right now, hostages in this scenario is the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah,
That's all they have. So why
if
would
they don't have
say,
that anymore, it's like,
yeah, and if they're going to give up nuclear weapons, then they're probably going to say, okay, we'll reopen the strait. We want to be able to sell oil again, reduce our sanctions, keep them down, and for every ship that goes through the strait, you're going to have to pay us like 50 grand or something.
exactly.
Right now, they've already been saying like, yeah, you guys can go through for $2 million a ship. So I'm sure there'll be some kind of strange thing of
pay
us
bill
some money for
in
every ship.
cheaper
Yeah,
US
like
dollar.
they've basically now got a toll to go through the strait just in permanence. But it might be that way that all comes together. And I've always had this weird idea because like Trump has been trying for ages to get like Russia to come back to the global trade system. And ideally he's talked about places like Iran to do that as well and try and get everyone to be happy and kumbaya and, you know, do trade and capitalism and whatever, right? You know, that he loves. And it's kind of a weird way to shoehorn these things in. There's multiple levels with like the petrodollar, all this kind of stuff. And I think they have kind of messed it up. They thought it'd be cleaner, but you can see a bunch of avenues they still have to actually get wins per se on the back end. And so hence I'm trying to look at what's left for them to actually do.
I think they're not only messing it up like on the geopolitical scale, they're also internally messing things up. With this weird situation that we have now where we're suddenly not talking about interest rate cuts anymore, but instead about interest rate hikes because of, you know, maybe inflation going higher again. And that's a massive problem for the USA because every 25 basis points of higher interest rates adds 500 billion in cost. 250 billion in interest costs every year. So, and by the way, this 250 billion is what the USA did in new debt on average for the per month for the last years. Exception this year because they added another 2 trillion on top of that. So they are 39 million in debt right now. I think GDP to debt ratio is at 124%. So quite significant portions of the GDP are eaten up by interest rate payments already. And the interest rate payments are higher than the whole, than the spending on defense, for example. And it's really reaching insane things, and I really wonder what they want to do about it because they are not going to grow out of this anymore. They did this
only with AI potentially. But
this is. I mean, we had a scenario like this after World War II, where the US GDP to debt ratio was also at 120%, and they eventually grew their way out with all the new technology, you know, that was invented during the war, which is always ironic, you know. During wartime, you have like a lot of inventions also that later go into the private sector. With the AI things, I mean, we both agree on this, I think. Of course, it's going to massively have effects on overall GDP growth, but not like immediately. At the moment, like you spend 500 billion on infrastructure for AI, but your revenue stream is only 12 billion. So at this rate, it would like take quite long, you know, until this becomes net positive by the end of the day. So really interesting times. I honestly speaking do not know exactly how they want to get out of this, other than that the Fed eventually will say, well, at this GDP to debt ratio, we cannot be effective anymore. Because with everything we do with the interest rates, we cannot fight inflation by hiking the interest rates because we are going to strangle the US economy with this. Or on top of that, you still, let's say, when they still refinance all this debt and they have to refinance debt on debt, so debt on interest rate payments on debt as well. I mean, this has to go into the economy as well. No? So if you have an overheating economy, and you want to hike interest rates because you want to dampen things down a little bit, you cannot do this anymore because all this money that's needed for interest rate payments is at some level going back into the economy as well. It's really a very interesting situation right now. And the only way I see to get out of this is that you need to redefine what is the mandate of your central bank. With things like, and we've talked about this in the past as well, our new inflation ceiling is not 2% anymore, it's 3% now. So we have we are under 3%, so we can actually cut interest rates like we planned. And other than that, I don't know how they really want to come out of this. Adds to my theory that we are going into a bit of a cyberpunk Blade Runner world where we have large corporations instead of states actually ruling the world.
I agree. So, because I basically see the same thing. I think I wouldn't be surprised by year end if we get yield curve control in the US.
Yeah.
I think that's very likely.
I mean, look what happens last day where the 10-year yield is again. No? We're like well above 4%.
What are they going to do? And I think we get this situation where eventually central banks get so gummed up and just crippled with more financial engineering until there's like too many parts and components that the whole thing is just messy. And eventually we go, okay, well, central banks didn't always exist. We tried it out, and it's a failed experiment. net, right? And that's kind of it. And then, hence, like you said, central banks will at least keep like the glue together. But they'll be like on the bottom of the like fallen building and still kind of like alive, saying like, no, I'm still here in the rubble. Like, please help. Like, we can try again.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you get that dystopian type thing where yes, companies start taking over. I don't know. They're making heaps of money. They're the ones that have money. If AI does actually replace jobs, they're cash flow rich. And this is the same thing where I see transitioning into stocks potentially is massive because the PE ratios go basically to zero. They're making so much money that they just go to a bajillion stock prices. And they're the only people, they're more cash flush than the government. And I think at that point, they're going to have so much power that the government can't even, tax them or whatever, because all the companies can get together and say, nah.
Yeah, maybe you have something like
what do you want?
Government.
Like, you're not going to attack your own people as a government.
Government as a service, I would call it,
Exactly. And then it does become like a cyberpunk type Blade Runner, dystopian, whatever type thing, for sure.
I mean, look at these figures, for example. The interest cost for the very first time in history is going to surpass $1 trillion in which is expected for 2026, and 19% of the revenue generated by the government is consumed by interest. 19%. It's. I mean, I don't know what to say about numbers like this.
They pulled in like 180 something from the tariffs billion, and now they've spent basically 200 billion on defense contracts. So
great.
We're not getting that stimulus, I guess, anymore, unless it's going to be debt financed. The TGA does still have almost roughly $1 trillion, so they can finance the war if they needed to. But again, that's on debt servicing.
Exactly,
this is not raw cash. This is cash they built up through debt financing. Right?
This is a major problem, in my opinion, also to, when you think about US dollar trade dominance, are people still trusting the US dollar, or is the trust kind of fading away slowly? First of all, when another crisis hits you, like the one we have now, or something like COVID comes, you don't have the ability anymore to quickly create $1 or $2 trillion, push that into the economy, to help people and help things, like they did in 2008, like they did during COVID. Like maybe they would like to do that now as well, to get those gasoline prices down, which are like a big thing in the USA. If gas is expensive, this is the last thing Trump really needs and wants. Nosediving his popularity, which is very low amongst most voters group, already even further down. And it also has an effect on how the outside world see the US dollar. So I personally, for example, if I see, well, there's a country here with a debt to GDP ratio of 124% in an environment where it seems like interest rates are going higher, adding to the problem, am I going to trust them? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to trust them if I get a premium. Thus, we see yields at the 10-year bonds climbing as they are at the moment. It's a trust problem, really. And at one point, this is going to flip. When suddenly you have a situation, maybe, you know what? I think we don't go with the US dollar anymore. Either we go with the euro or Aussie dollar, or
the
worst case for Trump, the Chinese yuan.
China, the yuan. Yeah. So at least Euro, like they have been working on that infrastructure. Like it's very clear to those in the know central banks that this is very much possible. Like Europe's been working on that for some time. I think Christine Lagarde, she actually spoke about it. She got some public questions about it at one of the prior central bank meetings. And she said they're probably still 3-4 years away, at least. Which normally when they say that, it's probably maybe even a bit more. Normally the ECB, when they say a timeline, they're actually pretty on top. It's not exaggerated or whatever. Just like when they've talked about the sort of crypto-backed or blockchain type currency elements. So I would believe that. But yeah, the thing is there's no replacement right now in terms of the actual plumbing of financial services and all the really technical, kind of stuff. And then the thing with China, obviously no one's going to trust China. It's pretty much just Europe, the EU, even the current situation in the Middle East, where various players there have tried to reprice petrol or oil in euros, of course, instead of the dollar. And then we end up in a war. I do like the other thing, though, that Australia is potentially almost like a active Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking, and I don't think
like
that's priced in.
New world
actually.
Switzerland. Yeah. I've also said this to you before, including our per capita, we are the wealthiest people on the planet now. We've actually surpassed Switzerland, thanks to the superannuation, housing, that kind of stuff. In terms of it's not liquid wealth, but it's stored there. But all those pension funds and everything are still, they're not hedged for the Aussie dollar to go up. And from the current balance, if they did, the Aussie dollar would be well above 1, like parity with the US. And it would be roughly 1-to-1 just from the Australian pension funds. Then you've got the rest of the world coming in. So there's definitely a scenario where you could see Aussie dollar up to 1.6, 1.7, 1.8 plus, actually sticking there. And I mean, post GFC, we saw Aussie dollar at about 110. So it's not. This is not out of the realm of wild ideas or something, right?
Absolutely
But,
not. Yeah. Couple of things. Henry asking, could post-treasury market failure result in the US government do the unthinkable, borrowing from private credit themselves? I mean, this is basically how the treasury market does, no? You get money from private, either individuals like you and me, or hedge funds, other countries buying, and so on and so forth. But I think what you mean is like the scenario that we are seeing with the private credit market and software companies that's currently failing. The problem is with that always that the interest you pay for such a private credit is usually much, much higher than the interest you would pay if you do that with a direct loan from your bank. And it's just because the banks post 2008 didn't want to do this kind of business anymore that this private credit sector has grown like crazy. If we get that the USA has to look for alternative means of investing,
Yeah, It
don't
depends what we
acknowledge.
mean by borrowing from private credit. Do you mean like buying back their bad debt, like in terms of like almost like a QE thing? So kind of like how during COVID we did go and dip into the commercial sort of private bond space, not just sticking to government treasuries and like mortgage-backed securities, right? It sort of bled over into
Yeah.
a larger space. If that's the case, yes. As far as treasury issuance, that would go onto insurance companies, pension funds, banks. We've already seen some of the measures to lighten bank capital requirements, which means they could end up taking more of this on board overall. So there's clearly already prior bits and pieces being put in place ahead of some kind of event. I think just like we're talking about it, obviously central bankers are going to know this. I think anyone with half a brain knows that we're very overdue for something. And everyone's just waiting for when and what it's going to be. And that's always the difficult part. You know, everyone looked at like, oh, Trump tariffs, is this going to do it? Now we're in this current crises with oil and the Strait, and that affects gas and urea and then food and then plastics and then everything on the planet. Is this going to do it? Or is it, this is the first sort of bits and then something else happens? Like we need central banks to raise rates at the same time and then that collapses things. And we get like a major failure from a single private credit issuer, which even though it wouldn't have fully collapsed everything, we've had these other tangential pieces which causes enough fear, panic, run for the gates, and then everything just gets done. The same way where you get those overreactions, like we had gold going all the way down to, you know, almost 4,000.
I wonder how much of that reaction to the downside was due to margin calls. You know, like this typical situation
Definitely, I think
again. Everybody
most.
needed to get out. Everybody needs to sell at the same time, but you don't have any bits at reasonable prices in your order book anymore. It's typical. It's really typical.
Yeah, most, especially with for how many hundreds of dollars per ounce we had continual red bars where people are clearly trying to find that bottom and like bottom fish with leverage, getting whacked out, try again, aggregate that over large broad participation all the way down. But hence, it was definitely a bit of an overextension for sure, given the current climate. Like hence we've seen, you know, stocks, the dollar currencies have been pretty reasonable. But gold definitely got, commodities in general got annihilated.
Yeah, look at copper and the likes of it.
Yeah, copper's the main one that is the big, I guess, recession signal that everyone always looks at, right? And that comes back to how much copper data centers need, and as well as electric vehicles. Like electric vehicles are like 4 to 5x a normal car. A single data center is like 50 tons or something for like a small sort of regular.
Wow.
Yeah. And then
crazy.
The mega data centers are more than that. So you get obviously inflation rates going up, input prices, that kind of stuff. You can't actually ship the stuff around the planet. So even if you have demand for the copper to build something, you can't ship it somewhere because the shipping costs are up regardless, just because of insurance across, even for things not related to the Strait or oil or anything. But then also the oil and diesel input for shipping obviously goes up. Insurance in general goes up just by... So there's all these other effects across the board, which then, come through. So, I'm pretty surprised with US markets though, overall. I think that does come back to, if this all calms down, I think the most willing player will be the US to reduce rates. I think obviously the EU, the ECB, Bank of England will pull back on their rate hike rhetoric, which, as you know, I've said as well, hiking rates just like Australia right now in face of energy supply shock is idiotic completely. But I think they'll just stay neutral. They won't fully pull it back. They'll just go back to sort of neutral. And I think the US will be the only person, or the only player, I should say, willing to reduce rates. And obviously after this big run up in dollars, massive collapse. So, and same thing with the NASDAQ, very much primed for risk on.
I think so too. I was quite happy to see that we were holding on to that area here. So I think I said it on Monday before that news came out that Trump or USA and Iran are talking to each other again, where we had this what is it called, this deadline of escalation, luckily from the table. So we closed again, didn't make a real lower low, so we are still to a certain degree at the moment in the sideways range, and I wouldn't be surprised if we very soon attack levels like about at 25,000 or above again. Of course, it's like, this is what it makes so weird. It's like highly or only dependent on what is going on the geopolitical scale. Is it all just blah, blah, blah at the moment? And the USA buying time so they can get, what was that, the 8,000 soldiers they are trying to dispatch there at the moment in time there, and then things are really going to escalate? Or is there really some sort of negotiation going on in the background? Which for us, of course, we have to hope. Because Monday, I really was a bit scared before that news. I was like, my God, this is going to become a shitstorm very, very quickly if there is like they stay at the opposite. We're not going to negotiate with each other type of rhetoric, and the USA really has to pull through with what they threatened, and Iran, of course, as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is talks. Again, we've said it that many times. Like the stakes are too huge, right? For everyone globally, Iran themselves. There's no real win for anyone. Not really.
Of course not.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's the same. And just like we were talking about on Monday. I was saying like probably to the end of the week is probably my sort of number, and then we have the. Couple days plus minus here and there because it's Trump, and we were both saying the same thing. I know after we jumped off as well, there was literally just stacks of people coming onto Bloomberg, just echoing the exact same thing. I give it this week, and if not, we're going. And I was like, yep, that's exactly what we were talking about before. Bloodbath, if not. So we're still in that kind of range. It's still possible. But we have hope right now overall. So, again, I can't imagine that even though Russia is getting a very nice time right now selling oil massively above, it's being quoted 100 plus, and then even oil within like the Gulf states, even though you're seeing the spot price at like 110.99 the next day, 2 hours later it's 115. Real prices are trading around 140 to 150 plus. And so, for instance, even for Russia, they've been selling oil at about $30. They're now selling it around 100, 105. So for them, they're very happy. China is not going to be happy.
They can finance their war then still.
Exactly. They're like, oh, thanks. And maybe they sell some gold at the top, Oh, great.
At times like this, I'm always happy that I don't own a car. It's really nice. It's like on my bike going past the petrol station, seeing like, 1 liter of diesel. It's like €2.35 now. Actually, my wife, my daughter and I, we were kind of over the summer planning a road trip. We wanted to do a road trip around the Baltic Sea and like roughly 4,000 kilometers. But yesterday my wife said, I think we have to change this. It's going to get insanely expensive if we want to do that by car. And she's right. And so, I mean, this is like immediate effect, no? It's like always easy to see like, on a global scale, the effects of this are this and that and that. It also has personal effects. Like that is the effect for me. At the one side, I'm happy. I don't own a car. I don't not dependent on a car also at the other end, it's like, oh, yeah, my holiday. Maybe we should cancel that and do something locally here instead.
Perfect, similar example. So I guess, so on the 9th, like 2-ish weeks away from now, on the Thursday, I will be away from stream for that day. Because my partner booked a trip away for like 4 days for us for my birthday, right? And same deal, she accidentally booked some other stuff to go to a concert down at like Port Macquarie, which is into New South Wales, right? Instead of further up, which was closer to us, either at Bribie or else looking at the Sunshine Coast. Now, we were tossing up, do we just redo everything, find new accommodation, go down to Port Macquarie? But the trip is like 5 hours versus the other trips are about an hour and a half to 2 hours. And we're like, it's rather than spending an extra 6 hours back and forth driving, it's cheaper to buy new tickets go somewhere closer because of the fuel cost, right? And this is where I don't like central banks trying to increase rates when you have it. Like, you're going to get automatic demand destruction, and it's not like we're probably people that can afford to just change it up if we want, or just suck it up and that kind of thing. But even if we're thinking about it, maybe because we're sensible and not just going to toss things away, right? But regardless, you can see that majority of people are going to be doing the same. So you have automatic demand destruction, and it's the equivalent of rate hikes by itself. So that's why I sincerely hope this gets worked out and we don't have that. As much as having a GFC type thing and buying the bottom would be great, I'd like for it to go on a bit longer first. I think.
Can you excuse me for 5 minutes? I need to top up my coffee. I'm
sure.
Super.
That's right.
Have like brain fog because I'm not caffeinated.
That's right. I'll jump up to my screen. Why is Will there? There we go. Henry, as well. I saw what you were saying before. So, as in they run out of funds and nobody to buy the US bonds due to the distrust in the dollar. So yes, that is when they would start to shuffle those bonds onto the insurance companies, pension funds, banks, whatever other players. They have massive balance sheets, and basically what they do, is basically just mandate it as a portion of their total capital requirements. So it's not optional for them. I just put that into law that they need to hold a certain proportion of safe assets to conduct business. The same way we already do with banks, right? With their leverage ratios and everything. They just extend that to other financial participants. Abradolf Finkler, yeah, it is. It's a day date. Rose gold day date. Usman saying, what technical concepts do I trade? So as far as direct concepts, I can't say I have a direct, if we think about, your traditional or popular schools of trading these days, I don't know, ICT, SMT, this and that, whatever. As far as technical stuff, pretty much all the classic things, right? So the same way if you went and did, just study any of the old classical technical books, workshops, not the new modern influencer type situation, and then find what ones still work. Now, the thing is with a bunch of this stuff, the alpha is kind of gone. Because it's very easy, it's very obvious, it's very programmatic as well. So people have been aware of this for some time. Technical analysis used to be much, much better 10 to 15 years ago. These days it has a far lower strike rate. Right? So there are still some classic patterns that still work. Things like this where you have channels. I'll then typically not look at classical technical candlestick patterns, but I will combine it with certain indicators. Things like your moving averages. Let's go away from dollar yen because dollar yen's not the greatest at the moment. But stuff like this, where you get these kind of triangles, something like that, and you see that this is then broken through. We've got the 200 moving average through here, and you basically have to combine this with a bunch of other crossed here. This is also going to be a bit off. This is not really the best way to show you guys some of this stuff right now, because obviously right now we're very macro dependent, less technical. So you get technical structures coming through, and then the macro right now is wiping them out. But nonetheless, you look at this smile through here, lower lows, eventually absolute low, which comes in with a double low there, higher low, higher high, and then we push higher, come into this top section with that. Basically, we've now got the base through here, that triangle being created, pump around through there, get that final wick up into that standpoint, come back down, slight crack. We do have the confluence of the 200 moving average here, which is another level to beat, and some of these prior levels, which is basically why we're specifically concerned in this. This is the Friday close and the gap right there, and then hence back to the high point from that gap. So that's why we're not looking at the tops of these wicks or the general trading from the back end of the Thursday and Friday. But yeah, so that's kind of the general stuff I'll be looking at, and typically run things like a standard deviation channel like this, and look at more of a statistical kind of approach. So let's hide all that stuff. So anytime you're moving outside of that 2 standard deviation, you're in the extreme end of the bell curve. Now, bell curves in finance are not great to be 100% reliable. They're still very useful for interpretation, but you have to remember you always have the fat tail of the curve. So that's extreme events, things like black swans, or just unexpected events in general. In this case, where we're trading through here, would have been a perfect example of that, where we shot right up. The angle of this would have been something like that, and then we completely blew out through that all the way. So it's a good relative idea. Let me hide all that, of current market trajectory and positioning. But you have to remember that sometimes with the current environment that we have as well, especially in this wartime type thing and with Trump and whatnot, you can see that blow out, right? And outside of those headline things, if we do start to push out side of those bands and sustain that price action, you then want to go to a higher time frame, and you might observe that thus where you're actually increasing momentum in the current direction rather than trading back and forth, and you want to actually move with that and look at where those levels are on the higher time frame. We're basically going into the next trading regime with that. Let me try check the chat again. Sorry, this is like the stream is still a bit a bit difficult today, guys. So I'm gonna go back and forth between windows.
Well, at least
But
we
yeah,
can.
I can probably put together like a more formulaic set of base technical principles I look at, because it also depends on, obviously, with what I do. Like I've got various setups for like scalping, sort of intraday, swing trading, and then even like longer term trading, which even sometimes goes into either stocks or like options. So there's not like, this is sort of the concept I trade here. It depends. You know, I sound like a lawyer, like it depends. Right, depending on the regime, depending on how much volatility we have or don't have. We're in more of a sideways type manner. Is it more technical dominated, macro dominated? What form of macro right now? Like right now it's geopolitical and headlines. Other times it's central banks, inflation, employment. These are all very different. So I'll pull out different structures within that. But I can try and put it together in more wrapped up formulaic thing for you guys?
I think like the state the market is in at the moment is like very much underlying what you were just highlighting, that like we have a geopolitical market, so which breaks the structure of many trading strategies that usually work, when there is not much news or anticipation for news in the market, but price action moves in more general ways. So right now, I personally, for example, have put aside all of my mechanical trading strategies this week. I turned most of them off, and I'm more focused on if the market reacts. I want to be there to buy or sell overreaction to the upside and buy overreaction to the downside. This is also where this gold trade on Monday stemmed from. Where I said it was a combination, of course, with technical. I said, okay, we're at the -4 sigma now. Things are, accelerating too much to the downside. And if I pick the trade here and stop loss, of course, there's still the chance that I get stopped out. But if this is the bottom now, and a -4 sigma tends to be very often the bottom, not always, but often, the upside potential on this trade, a V-shaped recovery of the price of gold, is going to have an exceptional risk-reward ratio probably, which is the case for this specific trade. So let's pretend, next Monday everything is peace and love and we go back to business as usual. Well, then I would not, aim to trade those outside events, those exaggerations to the upside downside. Then I would go back to the markets and trade in a more mechanical way. And I think this is one thing a lot of beginner traders do not understand. Almost all trading strategies do not always work in every market regime. Not just, are we going sideways at the moment, or are we in a trending market, but also what is actually influencing the market. I mean, if a tweet of Donald Trump can send gold down by $400 or even $1,000, no indicator in this world is going to help you to identify, should I buy now or should I sell now? It's really, you need to a certain degree, use your intuition.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've got friends and stuff, great technical traders, and they have their setups and their strategies and things, and then they've gotten just swamped. And they're actually kind of mad that they tried to sort of press it, and then they've lost the past 4, 6, 7, 8 weeks of profits from trying to force that in. I go back to them like, dude, this is full macro and headline, right? Just play the game, play it like poker. You got to play Trump and inverse his things and think about the macro structure, and if you do that, you'll be good. Your technical kind of setups are going to be very, very muddy, For 15, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours could be great, and then it just falls apart. We get one headline and it's just obsolete. So you need to be able to observe when we go back and forth through that. If you wouldn't mind, I might just jump up as well. Yes, if that's all good.
Of course.
Yeah, so I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Let me switch to my screen. I'm trying to follow the chat here a little bit as well. Goldie Black's concept, 100 win rate, exactly. Yeah. Good one, Henry. So let us look at a question from @usman.malk1. What do you suggest for day trading on euro dollar? So first of all, I'm not a big day trader, honestly speaking. I'm more of an options and swing trader. When it comes to euro dollar, my last trade was that I entered at around 114.50, I think, but that one is already closed. I closed it at 116 something. But usually how I go about this is that I, first of all, and this is a concept you can apply to the very low time frames as well, that I have a look at how's the overall market structure, for example. And I measure market structure by using a standard deviation channel, using my own here called standard deviation for a channel 4X. You can find the one, by the way, for free on TradingView as well. And I made a very lengthy video about this as well, which you can find on my YouTube channel, which you can find in the description of this video. So if you want to get more into the technical things, you can use that. And what I'm looking for then is, first of all, I look at a more higher time frame. Higher time frame being here a Renko box chart for euro dollar, and then I try to find if like the chart on a lower traditional candlestick chart, so in this case this is a 1 minute euro dollar candlestick chart, aligns with what we are seeing from the more longer term picture. So here we have kind of a bit of an alignment, on the 1 minute we are in an upwards trajectory, a slight one. It's like not so, it's not like this anymore, but fair enough. So what I would like to do now is I would, since the higher time frame one, and instead of Renko charts, you can also use an hourly time frame here or daily or whatever. So our microstructure aligns with what we are seeing on a larger price scale. So in this case, I would only trade, for example, sigma levels to the downside that go with your overall trends. So, for example, if price touches the -1 sigma, although I don't trade this really because we're talking about like 2 or 3 pips if you take profit is the gray line with 0 sigma here, or I would trade outside events like where we hit, for example, the -2 sigma and bet on the price sooner or later returning to the 0 sigma. And that works very well, makes my life easy. So that's a strategy you could do on euro dollar. However, you need to align this also, like we just said, with kind of a geopolitical landscape. It doesn't help you a setup like this if Trump tweets something and suddenly prices go bonkers, like to the upside or downside. Measuring something like sigma levels or moving averages or something like this is not going really to help you then. So be aware that, of course, this is not a holy grail strategy. It works well in markets that are behaving normally. It's not going to work in markets where things go crazy because of geopolitical news, or they go crazy for 20 minutes because NFPs are released and the number is outside of what the expectation lies. So you want to be careful in a news-driven, geopolitical-driven markets with strategies like this. By the way, if you're a beginner trader, I would not suggest to try to day trade immediately. I would actually suggest you to work maybe with something like 4-hour or daily charts, and then in the morning determine for yourself like, okay, what is my trade up going to look like this? The problem is with day trading, people very often end up that they want to trade something like 1 minute or 5 minute charts, but they don't factor in that this cost of spread and commission, which is already the spread, for example, on euro dollar with the fivers is very, very low, often 0. The $4 commission per traded lot round turn is also very low, amongst the lowest. Usually you see something like $6 to $9 from other brokers there. But even these $4, they are going to play a factor in your day trading, because if you do like 50 trades per day, 50 trades, assuming you always trade one full lot, times 4, you are like down $200 in commission already. So this is something you want to factor in, and this is going to dramatically skew your risk-adjusted data. So it doesn't help you. It doesn't help you, for example, if you have an expectancy. So expectancy means the average outcome of your trade of, let's say 2 pips, when you are like heavy into day trading and scalping, and you end up paying 1.5 pips in costs. Like 75% of your profit is already eaten up by trading fees, by spread, and so on and so forth. And you have to go through the spread, by the way, 2 times, when opening the order, when closing the order. It's also a thing that a lot of people do not factor in really. US man, I don't know if you are like new to trading, really start, if you are new, with like the higher time frames and go about something like this. For example, let's have a look here. Like this is my bread and butter chart, for example, for gold, that I keep going back to every morning to determine for myself what is the trajectory we're seeing at the moment. So I put my standard deviation channel over this and can then, when it loads up, very clear see very fast, well, we are still in an uptrend. Of course, that's defined by the length. In my case, I have a length of, that's the bull market support band, sorry, this one here. I put this maybe down to 250. But I can see, yeah, we're in a pretty significant uptrend still in gold, for example. So if I, on the lower time frame, want to trade gold, I don't want to place myself against this upwards trajectory. And this is something I do for every asset that I trade, or swing trade in my case, every morning, that I look at how is the trajectory at the moment, how is the overall market regime. Well, we are in an uptrend, but we see price massively going down in gold at the moment, up to the -4 sigma band. I'm going to buy here. This is exactly my playbook that I did on Monday, for example, for gold. And you can do this for every asset out there, and it's going to tremendously help you to have trading decision on the lower time frames more into your favor. So trading with a trend. I mean, here obviously beginner traders tend to always be, not always, but often be contrarian traders, meaning like trying to determine where's the top and try to determine where's the bottom, when in reality you can make your life so much easier with just one snapshot of seeing, well, upwards trend at the moment. So on lower time frames, I might be also looking for long trades rather than short trades. So this is something, like I said, that I do with every asset. And it doesn't really matter if I look at candlestick charts, or in this case, I'm a big fan of Renko charts, for example, because they take the price out of the equation. It doesn't really matter because I know here, for example, for euro dollar, also a slight uptrend. So I'm just going to trade from my indicator here, for example, the buy signals, be it high buy or just a buy, because they're going to make my life probably more easy trading with a trend there. And it's the same concept really for everything that I'm doing. Like one of my newer indicators that I've been working on and just released is like this one. It's called KNN Pivot Nexus, which is basically analyzing on every close of every bar, is the structure at the moment like anything I've seen in the past already, and does this point with a high confidence level to, could this be a local high or could this be a local low? Now, I would never trade every single one of those signals, but again here also, if you align this with, for example, a standard deviation band, and be just a simple one, I get the picture that, and we're in the 5-minute structure here, well, we are in a market that seems to have an upwards trajectory at the moment. So I want to skip the short signals. I just want to concentrate on the long signals. And this is pretty much what it is. It's not magic. It's like trying to put what the market naturally does into your favor. Trying to not trade against the major market moves. And this is true for the very low time frames. This is true for the very high time frames. Being a contrarian is the more difficult trade always. Welcome back, LJ.
Thank you.
And smoke traders, one asks, are they private indicators? The one you see here, the standard deviation channel Forex and KNN Pivot Nexus are not. Those I made publicly available. For the KNN Nexus, I didn't share the source code because a lot of work went into this one, but you can access them for free and put them onto your charts. And if you want to know how they work, go to my YouTube channel, find a link in the description. I have 2 videos out there in detail explaining how to use them, how to not use them, how to find settings that work, what does not work, and so on and so forth. This one, by the way, also comes with an automatic backtest. So for every setting you have, it's going to tell you how profitable was that in the past, what can I expect per trade with the risk metrics that you can also freely define. Pretty neat.
I might have to try restart, which I'm dreading. Hopefully it works. The audio is just going in and out. So I might just have to. I'm just scared I'm not going to get back in. That's the trouble. But right now it's no good. Anyway.
Restart better.
Right, I'll try it. All right. Wish me luck.
Pressing thumbs.
Let's see.
Oh, the poor LJ and his hardware are always having trouble with the streaming software we are using. What else, guys? Do you want me to look at anything specific at the moment? Dollar yen, one of the favorites, also 30 seconds of love. Can you analyze dollar yen? Dollar yen is a special thing. It's like one of those pairs that LJ and I would like to talk about a lot for good reason, because dollar yen is like the preferred trade of institutional still, dollar yen long. Why? Because it's a positive carry trade, meaning positive carry trade means if you buy dollar, you sell yen. Yeah, we're always trading in pairs in Forex, of course. You normally have a positive swap rate. So what you guys maybe know as overnight financing, instead of having a deduction there every day, usually you get some US dollars credited to your account. This is called a carry trade. You know, when I get more interest for the currency that I bought, then I have to pay an interest for the currency I sold. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. So if we zoom out until 2020, you can really see how that picked up. All because we had such a large difference between the Japanese interest rate environment, which was in negative territory actually until about 2023, 2024, and the US interest rate. So the 10-year US interest rate, 4.3% at the moment, Japanese interest rate, 2.24%. The difference between that, on a very shallow scale, I'm simplifying things, of course, now, is what you would get in daily interest. A lot of people are then, especially institutional investors, are tempted to say, well, you know, I'm just going to buy dollar yen and then I get like a daily interest for this trade, and, you know, I'm just going to get the good life. However, lately, the game has been getting a bit more difficult there because the interest rate of the USA, so the 10-year, for example, 4.4%, and the difference to the Japanese one is getting smaller. So we are now at about 2% difference, when like a couple of years back we were still at like 3, 4, or 5, even 5% at one point. So this makes the trade more unattractive. However, every time we see that dollar yen goes a little bit down, it very quickly comes up again. And this is due to this, at least that's, you know, LJ and my theory at the moment, the level here of 160 to 161, so roughly this level. This is going to be the make it or break it. So there's a high chance, in my opinion, that we are, for the next foreseeable days or weeks, we're going to see something like this again. Price slowly maybe coming down to 156, 157, something like this. That doesn't happen immediately. If we should break over the level of 160, 161, there's a very high chance that we are going to continue north to, what would be all-time highs then again. Especially, of course, if we see hey, welcome back. Did it work?
Worked. Yeah, it worked.
Nice.
It took a while to load, but it worked.
Nice.
So, that's good.
Especially if we see that the US interest rate for not only 10 years, you see that overall maturities continues to rise in the way it does, makes the dollar yen trade more attractive again. So there could be a potential breakout north of 160. If we see like that the yields continue to rise in the USA as well, especially if we see that the USA is going to hike interest rates, then we're for sure going to see prices above 160. It's not going in the foreseeable future now, not an immediate concern, but from a more technical standpoint, my preferred, if you put a pistol on my chest and make me choose, what do you want to trade now in dollar yen? I, at the moment, would prefer the downside, like going from 158.85 to the level of around 156.50, but you need to have a stop in place, latest at 161, because if we break out to the north on this one, then we are very quickly going to 165 or 170. I don't know if you'd agree with this assessment, but
I'd say towards 165. I don't think we get as far as 170 unless there's something like overwhelmingly pushing it that way.
Yeah.
Like the Fed would fully have to go bonkers. At which point, I'd also question whether people actually keep buying the dollar.
Absolutely.
They'd have to be doing something so weird that people might actually lose confidence in the whole, in everything. And then you'd potentially reverse. I think definitely any push above 160 obviously will then start to get that. There'll be a slight pause, but then the time will be chosen for intervention talks. And I think it'll be pretty light positioning from up there. So hence you'll get a further run from the defense level, which is pretty heavy. But if that breaks, yes, you'll get a firm run. But any trades above there, I think, will be quite light. So it's just as easily reversed back the other way. And then you'll see those larger blow-off tops, and then that's kind of it. So it's definitely, there's definitely potential of that. That would be my main key level as far as the escalation with the war, like we've talked about. I don't think it'll really happen, though. Just like you were saying, like, gun to your chest, I'd be on the downside.
It's not the trade I want to take. I mean, I'm very conservative on the trades I'm taking anyway this week because of the situation. If things do not resolve in a meaningful way until Friday, I probably would be somebody like in the late US session, last hour of trading to short the heck out of NASDAQ and S&P 500. And
I think Friday is going to be very interesting today.
But also something I would close. I'm not going to hold a position like this over the weekend because who knows what happens, I don't want to fall victim to this gap. Although, of course, in case of euro-dollar, it would have been very attractive. Of gold, it would have been very attractive. Quick word on cable, pound sterling, US dollar. It's a pair I do not usually touch because it's pretty much always doing the same like euro-dollar. Sometimes it's like lagging behind it a little bit. Sometimes is leading euro-dollar. But what I see like on a scale, maybe if I look at the daily chart, looks for me a little bit like we are seeing like a compression at the moment. Very crudely drawn by this triangle here. So sooner or later,
that's fine, Dirk. That's Picasso. That's how you do it, right? These are just rough guidelines. Okay, they're not gospel. It's not science. It's okay. They can be rough. It's fine.
So compression meaning, when this continues, we are going to see a volatile breakout either then to the north or to the south. Both cases, as I said, not something I like to trade very much, but it's certainly something you can trade, for example, with options, like the typical situation where you would buy a straddle, for example. And that is possible. I'm not going to do that because I think prices are a bit too high at the moment. But that's my current view on dollar yen. You see kind of the same on euro and dollar yen.
Pound dollar, you mean?
Pound dollar. I think you kind of see the same picture when we look at euro dollar as well. And euro dollar is always for me the more important one because it's probably going to lead the way for all the other US dollar dominated pairs just because it makes up 68 or 70% of the Dixie already.
I was going to say if I go over to pound dollar, so this is the escalation gap level for the pound. We did meet that level, then pull back down. Now we've had whipsaw. Like look at these massive bars through here. Right, a couple hundred points. But again, we are further to that top side from the escalation event sort of gap and run. Like we talked about a couple of weeks ago, the UK is going to fare much better. They're far less exposed than the EU. So similar deal. We basically had these couple tests with that escalation gap level originally over here to the left, right? But again, I don't think we'll actually push beyond that until we've actually got confirmation that the war is over. So I think this is very much the hard ceiling. We could ride back up. We'll probably tap it. No one's going to be willing to push that until the actual situation is gone. In that case, if you want to express the same view, I would prefer to see euro dollar run much higher. right? Even when the pound does break that level, you will have a nice little pop. But euro dollar has much more capacity from, it's the same trade idea, but in terms of pip movement, we'll probably go right the way up, close the actual gap from this, or at least close to it, as there will still be lingering effects for Europe, even after this is all done, from some of the damage. But we should at least come up probably on the knee-jerk expansion of that to close the gap, and then we'll probably drop back down a bit. So as far as a trade, I prefer to trade the euro from the same expression.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. At Stack79, thank you for your kind words, man. Really makes me happy reading something like this. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Which one was this? Sorry, guys, we can't bring up the comments. Right
Yeah,
now. It's not working. So we've got it in like a separate tab, trying to read it.
Stack79 said, last week or the one before, there was the question in the live, choose 5 top traders in your team or something like this. I said, Dirk always in my team. Love the way you explain everything. Thank you very much.
There you go.
I live for moments like this when I'm speaking. No, very kind words. Much appreciated.
I'd have Dirk in my team as well, so don't worry.
I'd have LJ in my team as well in my world domination plan.
We're both just like gassing each other up like back and forth now. It's just, hey, oh Dirk, you're so great. Oh man, oh LJ, you're so great. Oh wow, thanks man.
Everybody likes to get their ego stroked.
That's beautiful. But yeah, guys, throw anything else at us. I'm just trying to see if my I might actually have to hang on. Oh, it's working.
Still not working?
Can you can hear me? Yeah?
I can hear you very well, yeah.
Okay, good.
It seems like that the lag is also not as severe as sometimes we have like a 2 or 3 second lag between.
Yeah, it just like paused for a second. I have no idea what's going on today. It's been very annoying. Okay, long EU and GU, but will not hold it long these days. Yeah, definitely be in and out, trade on the headlines. If you get the move and it's met your sort of relative target, or even a premature, like a prior, 0.5 or half position target, and then might have been in this for some time, you're coming up towards New York, yeah, definitely probably close it. If price can retrace back around 133.50, so yeah, 133.50, I might open another long with wide stop to target 137. So we're talking about the pound there. Not on the 5 as account swap is horrendous. Yeah, well, I mean, you'll still have bad swaps going long pound dollar on any broker at all. You've got negative carry with that, so yeah, that'll just be standard as well. But yeah, the 5s does have slightly worse swaps in general. It's definitely inclined for you guys to close out your trades daily rather than hold things too long on most pairs. So
also remember you have on Wednesdays you get charged 3 times the swaps.
Yeah, which will be today. Yeah, so you get triple swaps today, which accounts for the weekend. 133.50. I don't think we'd get down there. I think if we got down there, I'd actually be looking for more downside. Right. So normally when you get this kind of structure, I'd look for this to actually hold and then that hold. If we break through there and start heading towards that 133.50, I'd say potentially we actually go further down. So I would always want to see this come through if we do get the pullback, at most like through here, so another higher low, and then see the push on. So if that starts to break down, then the entire trade structure through here is cooked. So we've got like a relative channel through there. That's what you want to see play out. If we're now starting to push down through here, we're breaking those lows and then potentially actually break outside of that down to the base. Right, so I'd prefer, if I had to give it a level, like 133.80. So just above 80, probably like 82, just to get triggered. I would not wait for 133.50. But I do like the idea of potential upside. But you said 137, which is quite a run. But you did also say you're intending to hold it for a while. Hence the swaps comment. But I do like that. I'd probably take a like half position at here, about 135.60. See if we get another tap down from there, and then the run to 137. So I'd take half through there, reload through that point, and then go for higher, if you believe in that trade. Which, to be honest, I do. I think dollar will pull back eventually. Not right now per se, but eventually dollar comes back down. So,
What's your? I was wondering this morning. I was thinking about the Aussie, and if maybe like also longer term. Now, longer term, I'm talking about a couple of weeks. That might be a good territory to go long again. What do you think about that?
I don't know, man. I don't think so, to be honest. I think
Okay.
I get the entire structure. If we're talking about the central bank position and what they want to do, and inflation did come down to around that 3% and dipped into the 2s for a bit. They were happy with that, and now we're running that sort of mid 4s, roughly. So hence we've seen interest rates come up. They're trying to catch up pace with the actual inflation rate. I don't think this actually turns out well, because if you actually break down where inflation is coming from, it's one part of the deductions of the energy subsidies, like we were talking about, to general consumers, and then the rest of all the spending is from high net worth people. Just like I was talking about, how we're now the highest on average. High net worth, what's it called? Net worth per capita on average country. And everyone's retiring now. So we got old people, and they're spending a bunch of money. From the general working populace, we have negative capita GDP per capita. Right? So I don't think this actually turns out well. When you have these negatives and then you're increasing rates, I think it actually goes bad. So I would actually potentially see that the Aussie dollar actually comes back down.
Okay.
Now, the other side of it is that they do keep on with this. Somehow, Australia being the lucky country, we get the commodity input element right now, keeps us afloat, right? People keep spending. They're not disheartened somehow. And it kind of all works out, meaning that the central bank can maybe raise rates another one time. And that's enough to push the Aussie higher. And we're kind of relatively safe amongst things going on. And they could also, however, reintroduce the energy subsidies that they removed because of the current situation. Now, that's the only component where, if that happens, obviously the inflation for the central bank comes way down. So now it's come way down because we've got subsidies. Do they just reduce rates or stop increasing? Like, this is why it's a really, really silly idea to do this.
Okay. Fair enough. That's why I asked, because I usually don't trade the Aussie much. So I need to ask.
I trade the Aussie a lot, and right now
Exactly.
I would say I'm very mixed. I'm very mixed.
But you talked me out of this trade then.
Because the thing is, I would have liked to see us hold above that. When we eventually came, okay, this was way back when. When we got towards 72. Sorry, what was it? 71. I would have liked to see us actually hold on from there and actually push towards 72. to confirm it. The willingness to sell Aussie amongst that, when we're the only central bank in the world lifting rates, I think is very telling, right? Now, part of that mixture is the risk-off environment, but we saw when this first happened, the Aussie was up. That's actually when we hit the all-time highs, 11th of March, right? Now, that was also probably the peak calm period throughout the scenario. Like, we had peak escalation, calm down, that was the middle point. Then we accelerated, hence we came back down. That was also just after the central bank meeting, however, as well. That was on the Tuesday. We have our meeting. So I think the fact that we haven't been able to sustain this is not good. I wouldn't be betting on it. I think it's a bad idea. I think other people are seeing that having rates this high with housing, that kind of stuff, not good. So just...
You talked me out of the trade. If we're trading at 71 next week, I have reason to be angry.
I will tell you if I change my view, I will tell you right away, because I trade the Aussie very heavily. But yeah, this tends to be like a bad sign that we have every reason to be up, and we are not. So yeah, I'd just be very cautious. Like, I don't like the whole lucky country thing, where we haven't had a recession for 25 years outside of COVID, which everyone technically did. We've got negative GDP per capita. Like this, we're cooked. House prices are ridiculous. If you keep raising, like, everything's just done. So yeah, don't do it. Anyway, I'm just babbling now.
Man, please.
Yeah, sorry.
But
I would be careful in longing dollar. Obviously, if the situation resolves itself, we'll see the Aussie dollar bid up because of that high beta attribute for risk on, risk off, but not attributed to the Aussie itself. So I would say it'd be short-lived, the same way that euro will go up, pound will go up, dollar yen will come down. So I'd prefer probably to short dollar yen than to buy Aussie dollar, put it that way. Yeah. And you've got a very defined level on dollar yen, which we're not far away from.
Yeah.
Aussie is very, like, you've got like a 400 pip spread to sort of combat with. It's not so good. So yeah. I don't know if you had a specific view on Aussie at all. But
I had in the back.
I think that's pretty fair.
In the back of my head, I had, of course, your kind of your long-term view on the whole thing. So I thought, like, maybe this might be an area, right? Not this week, obviously, due to the reasons we stated many times. But it's like one of those currencies which I really don't trade a lot because the option expiries are usually at a time where I'm not awake. So it's a bit like, I don't want to get up in the middle of the night. And but I thought maybe I should ask Algian his opinion, which he shared with me and which absolutely makes sense in my opinion. So no Aussie longs for me at the moment. I agree also that the dollar yen trade is the more attractive one, or because we have this clearly defined level at 160, 161, that is, if we break it, it's going to majorly change everything. If we hold on to it, which by the view is looking like this right now, we might go back to 156 very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think that would be a much better trade, something like that, like 160 down to 153, 700 pips, something like that. If I look at the Aussie, yeah, it's probably a good pickup. Like, this is my Q1 target. That's sort of, again, hence it was the resistance level. It's now the support. So we are around that area. And I would expect us to come back up, but we might go like that or something. Right, so the trade just kind of sucks a bit. Like, day trading it, sure, great. Once you get those knee-jerk actions, but then I'd be also trying to bail out pretty quick.
Yeah.
And I think we might even get something like that as well, and potentially back like some kind of movement into the 200 before actually coming up. Like, because if this starts to stall through here, people will go, okay, well, look at this structure. We broke out, didn't quite make a new high, came back down, higher low, made a new high, but then failed. Higher low, came up, new low, up through here, back down.
The structure reminds me a little bit of what we're seeing
it's
in
very
the
messy,
Nasdaq at the moment.
Sort of. Yeah. I mean, and obviously the Nasdaq and the S&P definitely have a pull on the Aussie with that high beta risk on risk off
same for all dollar pairs, no? If you look at the beta to euro dollar, for example, it's also very significant.
Yeah.
It is what I'm scanning through the chat here. Gold might go long up after quite long consolidation at 5 MNT. What is it? Oh, 5 minute time frame. Says Elvinuan.
Just give me 1 sec. I just gotta let my partner in. She just texted me.
Sure.
So we are.
So yeah, we are seeing that on the 1 minute already. Oh, let me change to my chart very quickly. We are seeing that on the 1 minute already. Let's switch over here to 5 minutes. Yeah. That looks quite significant. I think we could see a run here, actually, in gold. Short term up to 4.615, 4.620. I agree with that. So gold is ripping once again. This is what we like to see, guys, right? Seems like to pick up a pace a little bit again. So could see something like this. Welcome back. For 725-ish, not out of the picture, I think, for today, honestly speaking. Then again, you know, just based on that we have this, stay in the status quo. We don't get any weird posts on Truth Social or X or whatever from our orange friend in the USA.
What about, I would just go 6,000, 7,000, 9,000, 10,000.
Yeah, or today.
That'd be pretty good for your trade, Dirk. Yeah, let's do that today.
I'm out of that trade, man. I'm going to buy an island then, called Australia.
Call it Australia.
Australia 2.0.
Copyright infringement. You gotta purchase like Madagascar or something, and then just call it New Australia.
Madagascar's one of those islands, you know, everybody knows the name, but nobody has been there.
Yeah, exactly. Same with Australia. Like, it's too far. They're like, wait, is that a 26-hour flight? Oh, never mind.
At the moment it is, yeah. More than that, probably.
Yeah.
Because I would need to go the other way around the globe to reach you guys.
Yeah, you can't go through the Middle East.
Man, we had
in like Dubai or Qatar or something.
My wife had a friend who was visiting her family in Jakarta in Indonesia, and she was flying with one of the Middle East airlines, obviously stranded there, and then she had to fly to Seoul, from Seoul to San Francisco, New York to Frankfurt. And she paid like 3,000 euro for a trip, and it was like 48 hours of flying or something like this.
To be honest, 3,000 is not bad.
It's not bad. I heard other prices as well.
For the same stuff, I've heard 10 to 15k from
crazy
friends overseas, and they're just like, well, I guess I'm going to be on holiday for another month or 2 months, because I'm not spending 15k on a flight. I'll spend 15k on, staying here for another 6, 7, 8 weeks. Like, that's fine.
A friend of mine is currently in Bangkok, and he's like stranded there. But I also told him, there are worse places in the world than being stranded in Thailand.
Yeah.
Especially if you can do your job remotely as well.
Thailand's a great place.
It is. I
mean,
love
Thai
Bangkok,
is-
by the way. It's pretty awesome.
Thai
Absolutely
is my
amazing
favorite
town.
food as well.
Why not?
So,
And you know why? Because I
Love
hate
Thai food.
coriander. I hate coriander and I hate coconut.
oh, really? Coriander and coconut. Yeah.
Coriander is like I have this gene sequence where coriander tastes like soap. So
Yes,
even if you just put a
dude.
tiny leaf on that, I'm like, what is it like?
Yeah.
Really destroys the whole meal for me. So it's extremely difficult for me to find food that I like in Thailand because everything has coriander, everything has coconut on it.
See, I love it. I love it. I'm the opposite side. I don't have that gene. Like, had a friend,
Lucky you.
same deal, but oh, beautiful. It's gorgeous. Love it. So good. So, outside of the gold trade from last night, are you looking at anything today from what we've seen?
Not
As far
really.
as going into New York, right? We don't have that much else news-wise really today.
I mean, as I said before, I
Outside
don't
of headlines, you know.
Yeah, I don't really want to expose, more in a market, or expose myself more in a market where we can have news that change everything on a geopolitical scale coming out at any moment. I think the news that come out probably are going to be risk-on news. I don't really, I hope at least, but you never know with Trump, of course, that we don't see something like we saw over the weekend, in the beginning of the week, that he maneuvers himself in a situation where he's with a back to the wall, really, and where only like two outcomes from this. And I hope he learned his lesson. Probably not, but hope dies last. So if I would have to choose, I would probably choose trades like long Nasdaq, long S&P 500, long euro dollar for what it's worth. Well, long gold I'm already in, long Bitcoin, which has been holding up quite nicely actually in comparison to other assets. And but it's nothing I really want to do. I rather have us returning to where we like to a situation where, let's put it me like this, where with finding of price is done in a more natural way again and not just reactive to what the geopolitical situation is at the moment. This kind of market always feels like, this volatility you sometimes have when NFP, for example, are released and you have like a surprise reaction after this. And this whole market feels like this is going on and on and on and on and on. And since I don't trade like news events really, same there, I might get into a trade when I really see an outlier in market reaction to it. But usually I don't want to trade this because it's so notoriously difficult to pinpoint where is exactly the market going to turn around again. I know. How about you? Are you in anything at the moment?
Not right now, I'm waiting. So I was in some stuff earlier and still one trade. I'll go over that. But yeah, I agree. Definitely so the candle we had the other day, very much like NFP. And that's exactly what I said to guys on stream. Trade it like NFP. You get that pump higher. You get that pull back on the, the 15, the 5. Look at those moving averages. This is basically you basically want to start to pick up. Then you drive higher. You normally go back towards the tops. Make a slightly marginal new top, but then ultimately come back down, and depending on what the exact number was, you either get that just lingering into the end of Friday, or you take another drive higher and close higher, depending on the end confidence of that. So yes, it is very much like NFP. I love that you said that overall. Nasdaq wise, I agree. I would somewhat prefer to be long generally right now. Let's go back to the 4 hour rather. I think into Friday, Trump will be positive. Net. So I would look for moves up to here. This was another trade we're looking for a break through there before. Obviously we've got the rebound, not taking that at all. I would look for that kind of move up here where the 200 is now starting to flatline, right? So we're starting to get this kind of curling coming up. I think in between we'll get a bit of a pause, but that would be my top end, I don't think we'll quite get that far just yet, unless we actually get positive headlines from Trump, not just like general, like we need a real sort of headline, even if it ends up being back the other way. But I think if we get general headlines saying, yep, there's talks, progress, that kind of thing, from like Iran as well, like progress in general, and say you get the Gulf entities saying that they're more calm, they're looking to rebuild, open up oil, gas facilities, or try and repair those that have been damaged, then we'll get that lift. I don't think we'll quite get up there, but I'd still be looking to sell into that. Because I think we'll get into Friday positive, towards end of Friday or after market close on Friday. Negative news, we've got troops in the area. If you don't bend to what we're doing, bad stuff's going on. Then we have to see what happens on Saturday and Sunday. If not done by then, we'll come into Monday, negative, big drop. Then hopefully it gets sorted out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There we go. Because I think if it's not done by then, Wednesday next week, I think, like we were talking about, like broader market, fund managers, that kind of thing, will start to get worried, like deeply. So.
And I think especially this last hour of the New York trading session on Friday will give us a quite clear picture. And it's a rare situation to have, actually, in my opinion, of how the overall sentiment of institutionals is. If we see like heavy selling last hour of a trading session, that's a clear indication that people are still afraid. Nobody wants to hold on onto positions over the weekend because they cannot react, other than, of course, when you're trading this with cryptocurrencies. That's why Bitcoin always gets like the first reaction to the downside on bad news. But yeah, this is really a plausible trade for me. It's probably something I really want to do. You know, to see like, is the market participants still afraid? I think yes, and my hypothesis will be that we're probably going to see in the last hour or 1.5 hours, maybe just half hour of a New York trading session on Friday, people selling again.
I agree, definitely. Like, there's no way you want to hold this.
Yeah,
like net,
exactly.
Net. And hence it'll be either hedging options, that kind of thing. But I think net it will be downside protection. So whatever Trump comes out with on the Friday, if we're still sort of roughly positive, people bet that it'll be negative news for the weekend. So unless he plays some weird gotcha and we get positive news, but that's his typical thing, is to go positive news when markets are open, pump them up, markets close, there's a bunch of chaos outside of operations, bad headlines, then he comes back, does the other thing. It's getting boring now, to be honest.
If somebody shorting oil shortly before he releases the news. Did you read the headline? I think somebody mentioned it also earlier in the chat, that like there was suspicious activity in oil trading shortly before the news was released.
When we were talking about this, that is why I took the trade on Brent from exactly that. So since this, like I was saying, it's getting boring now. It's the same playbook, whether you want to call it insider trading.
It is.
It definitely is. They should be pinned for it. The trouble is why they're not, because I've had friends ask why that doesn't happen. Now, if you're trading stocks and you do this, you're cooked. Because that's done by the SEC. Trouble is, when you trade futures, completely different. It's done by the CFTC. And they have a very narrow legal definition for insider trading, which basically also says the information has to come from a government agent.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't, which you got a government agent to tell someone else to tell someone else to tell you, it's not from a government agent as far as your individual thing. And then they put on these trades and they clean up, and that's how it works. And they do it in futures. So should it be illegal? Yeah, sure. It's definitely not fair. But that's basically how it keeps going on, how it happens. That's the legal side and aspect. So yeah, but that was the same deal where I've started looking at on futures with Brent, WTI, QQQs, whatever else, and you see these volume spikes. I can't show it on TradingView because it doesn't have the proper volumetric levels, but yeah. It's been a great trade with the whole Trump trade war and tariffs. It took me a while to make sure we're confirmed. Like other people are joining this ahead, but I've decided like, okay, need to do it.
If you want to completely do it anonymous, you have to do it on Polymarkets.
Oh yeah, for that, yeah. But I'll still watch futures, and if I see a random spike coming towards New York, and we get this, yeah, I'll just short. Don't care. Pick the prior high, short, done. No trade methodology. Just this is literally what that trade was.
Yeah, well, it is a trade methodology in its own, no?
Yeah, in itself, yeah. Technically, like we've had this for 4 years from the first Trump admin. Now it's increased in the second. It's been ongoing for the past year. So I was saying this to Rich, like, it is basically a trade strategy, right? I mean, when you think about your entire trade lifetime, we were saying like, say you trade for 40 years, Trump has been in for 8. And if he's going to repeat this every single week, or even daily sometimes, for 8 years out of that 40, and you're not trading this kind of approach, were you paying attention? Were you asleep the whole time? You know, it's like, yeah, it's like watching Apple go up and just like, oh, I'll buy it when it comes down.
It is.
20 years later, and you're like, oh, damn.
Yeah, but I think
billion, now it's 4 trillion, right?
Before Trump, things like this were done like in a more sneaky way. You know, now it's like it's like obvious what is going on behind the scenes, and it seems like nobody's caring about it anymore because maybe they think like, I can do what I want anyway. Nobody can punish me, you know, and. Remember with Nancy Pelosi, everybody was like, my God, so illegal what she's probably doing there. Of course, there's like no proof. How come she always picks the right stocks? Well, surprise, because she has insider information. There it was already quite obvious in my opinion, but with Trump, it's even more obvious. And it's like nobody cares about it. If there's enough money involved, you know, everybody can have a little piece of the pie. You know, you get something, but, you know, be quiet, yeah. Shut your mouth. Yeah. You don't want to investigate further in this direction. I see US man, Dirk, I installed your KNN pivot nexus, but win rate is below 40% on 5-minute chart. What do you suggest? First of all, I don't know what you are looking at, so which asset you are looking at, but win rate in general is not a good gauge whether or not your strategy can be profitable. So for example, you see with my setting for Ripple here, win rate is also at 40.7%, profit factor 1.04, and expectancy 0.008%. You can do two things to turn this into more profitable territory. First of all, you should like try different settings. You should watch my video about this because I explain like every setting in much detail there, what is going on. And you should play with the different ATRs for stop loss and take profit. And this is the most important thing. Thus, I'm showing this chart. You want to align which trades you are trading, which trades you are taking with the overall market regime. So, for example, 5-minute chart on Ripple right now, we see we are trending up there at the moment. So I don't want to take those short trades. Yeah, I'm not going to take this trade. I'm not going to take this trade. I didn't take this trade. However, I traded this one and I traded this one. All because I just want to align my trading signals or the trades I take with the overall market regime. This will automatically result already in a higher win rate for you. However, don't look at the win rate. Win rate is like notoriously bad at in predicting is a trading strategy profitable or not. Look at something like expectancy, for example. Yeah, and like I'm also explaining in the video, don't use this indicator, as some sort of holy grail indicator where you think like this is a complete trading strategy. You need to align it with other means of confluence, be that moving averages, be that, for example, standard deviation channels, weekly high, weekly lows, monthly highs, monthly lows. And then you want to take the trades where all things align, where you have maybe, in this case, signal to the upside with a high level of confidence. So that's a quick thing you can do as well. Tell the indicator, please just show me signals that have a high level of confidence. For example, 70. See, it reloads now a bit. Then you can see automatically also that this picks up here, but still align it with your overall trend. You are not going to do yourself a favor if you try to trade every signal there. Remember, this is a tool, to help you to increase your decision-making process on should I take a trade or shouldn't I take a trade. It's not a complete standalone trading solution that's going to automatically, make you rich over the weekend or whatever. All right, but thanks for the question. This is exactly the type of question I like very much. What else do we have here? Profitable. Yeah.
I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Welcome back.
We had also, they control the government. Who's going to prosecute them? Get real, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Yeah.
Yes, there's both that. And also we do have a legal structure where you have like the Supreme Court, which can actually prosecute government and the rest. It's kind of how democracy works. So it's not fully that way. However, we have had Trump obviously implement certain people into the Supreme Court that are very favorable to his type of thinking and his friends and otherwise. So is it going to change? Who knows? Of course, it should change. Obviously, if people push against that, then eventually they'll just say like, "Hey, sorry guys, you can't do this," and they'll probably do it in a different backhanded way. It just won't be 15 minutes before. They'll do it 7 days before, and then announce. Right? So same, but different. So either way, to be honest, I actually prefer it being more obvious. Like at least you can
because you can trade it exactly.
It's like the devil versus the one you don't, but it's hiding in plain sight.
And I mean, let's be also,
that's the world. Yeah,
this is actually how the world works, and I'm convinced also that a lot of the very profitable old capital hedge funds, like I don't want to name things like Ray Dalio or something. They have made money from insider information as well. It's not as obvious, but they are connected like to all the important peoples and people in politics, and you cannot tell me that there is no insider information passed to them.
Steve, like. Allegedly,
yeah.
Steve Cohen, yeah. Dude, you have billions, which is basically entirely sort of, or at least primary protagonist being axed is Steve Cohen to start out with. Yeah. From that, obviously, they bring in a bunch of the other hedge fund sort of themes or stories that evolve his character. But I mean, the man's still at it today, right? And he got regimented to like home office for a while, and now he's back and he's doing this and that. Like, that's how it is. Learn to play the game. That's all I can say. It's a fun time. Outside of that, what else? I'm an FX trader, being profitable for a year. However, my capital is limited and I don't meet the risk threshold for capital increase. I'm considering trying this firm. However, I've read the terms and conditions which limit my trading style, which is oriented towards G10 currency regime change. I can open 50 microlots on 10 pairs simultaneously for periods exceeding 1 week. Regulations state a maximum of total of 10 microlots for open positions. Is there a solution to me to open an account? So I assume we're talking about futures here with that, if that's the case. Because you're talking about microlots, that kind of thing. That'll be towards futures. I would say from what you're describing, you'd probably be better trading FX, like through via like a CFD. Am I wrong, Dirk? Don't you think? Like, especially if you're looking to.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was reading something here and didn't listen.
Yeah, sure. We also do have markets kind of moving around just now. So if you guys want to take a quick look at that, we'll go down to 1 minute, 5 minute. By the way, Dirk, this was the trade last night. They got tapped in, which we were just spacing these out, both the upside and the downside of potential trades. And I put them in and left them in and fell asleep. And I got
good trade to fall asleep to.
Yeah, so the original targets were up here. I got the alert, woke up, and took profit. I was very happy. Same with the Aussie dollar. I was telling Will about this. This was another one where I did take that earlier yesterday, but this one I just had pressed out here through this kind of cluster of some approximate level that we're mapping out. And yeah, so I fell asleep when I wasn't meant to, forgot them, got tapped into that, and then exited down here on both of them. So,
Nice.
yeah, thankfully.
Earning money while sleeping.
It could have been bad, right? It could have been bad. So I was talking with Will, saying like, this is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. It happened to work out very nicely, and these were actually really good trades. These were big returns, but that is not good. Like, I left the orders in. That is technically irresponsible, even though it's not like actually.
But did you have a
predefined
stop loss and take profit also already?
Yeah, I did have that in, and it happened to work out. But they did have stops on them.
Yeah. Well, then, I mean, nothing wrong with it, I think.
Arguably, I fell asleep because like I was just tired from working, not because I was being negligent or something. But still, don't do that. We were talking about. Then this is the only other trade I'm in right now, which again was another one of the inverse that we're looking at potential trades. That one I decided to keep in, that we mapped out. So that did get tapped in through today, literally right on the touch. Still tossing up whether to actually keep this. So we can see right now on the 1 minute, zipping back and forth. Headline wise, we had IDF attacked a Navy site developing submarines. It seems as though Iran is still intending to put mines through the strait in general, plus submarine attacks. Outside of that, I think that's the only real news we've had for a while. That was about 30 minutes ago. We've had some other bits and pieces from China. So I'm not sure what this has actually really come from, unless I will say, maybe I need to actually just buy this. So we were talking about financial juice yesterday, guys, and we were talking about the premium version, which will come in real time. Just like TradingView, you do get a discount. This is 80% off now with the Easter sale, so it might be an idea to pick that up. I might as well. Not affiliated myself or the Fivers at all, just obviously we've talked about using financial juice as a great real-time news indicator, both for bonds, commodities, crypto, equities, FX, indices, macro market moving events, tweets, X, what's the other one? Trump social, like what's the social, whatever one? Trump's one?
Truth Social.
Truth Social, not Trump Social. Truth Social.
Trump Social.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be, right? Like, that's pretty much it. Like, does anyone else actually post on that, or is it just Trump? So anyway, yeah, definitely one of the best platforms for real-time news and that kind of stuff. You guys can get voice news as well, which you can see this says delayed. It's like 15 seconds or something, but it'll play it like in your headphones and read out the headlines as they come in for you as well. So very useful, especially if you're working on other things in the background, and if you're not trading like scalping right away, you know, the 10 to 15 seconds is fine for a delay. You go and check something, you're building something else, AI, or just trading in general, or doing whatever you're doing, it'll come in 3 years. But yeah, they do have the 80% off right now, so just stay.
Oh, I was able to register for it. Finally. Yesterday, on Monday, it always told me I'm a robot.
Yes, I had the same thing as well, Dirk.
So
I don't know why.
Financial Juice Elite. 997. Oh, that's like a one-time fee. Lifetime access, not bad.
Yeah, so that is the thing. It is like a one-time thing. So you can see like.
What is Tick Strike?
Tick Strike is their other. Hang on, let me go back over here. So Tick Strike is like this thing. I don't know if
Oh, voice news? Or?
I don't know if you guys can hear that. I don't know if you can or not.
So is reading the prices to you, or?
Yeah, it's like an extra. They have a whole full other platform, but this does. Look, to be honest, I wondered why it's valuable. It's literally like ticks. I can hear the ticks each period and stuff. I don't know what this is really for, how you use that, what the point of it is. They do have another platform thing with it where it's. To be honest, I don't really know. It's kind of like we can see here. It's, you know, futures update, future updates, lifetime access. Doesn't say anything about it. I've looked at it before. I'm like, why is this of value, really?
Yeah, it could be interesting. But you know what? Actually, I want to see if I can build this myself also.
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to say. So it's pretty much just features stuff, and hence the little play button thing just literally gives you the ticks. So it's basically just this, like order flow, breakouts, correlation stuff.
Oh,
I think they started it before AI kicked off and could build this stuff. So back then it's of perceived value, and they actually put in effort. But these days, yes, with Claude, you can probably build this. So pretty much this is what they cover. So currencies, futures, blah, blah, blah.
The thing is probably like the back end, the API prices, pricing to the news agencies, that is probably quite high. So you end up spending more, more, you know, than the
individually, yes.
Access.
Precisely what I was going to say. So the aggregation of all of these feeds would be cheaper to just buy this through someone else that's already selling it as a service, rather than you doing it individually. You could build it better, but it's going to cost you like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 plus a month.
I wonder
if you wanted from the full list that they have, right? You can build a basic one, probably like 2K, 3K a month. Depending on if you're selective. But yeah.
What could be interesting is using this and then pass the headlines and run them through like a sentiment filter. You know, like, is that relevant at the moment for my position or in regards to my position, or is it not relevant what is happening there? It could be interesting to test that out. I might be tempted actually to spend that money on this thing.
Either way, the platform in general for you guys, very good, particularly good with Trump. So if we, scroll it, like you guys can see, we get every single like comment from the ECB, that kind of stuff, like whoever's talking at any given point. You get a bunch of these random charts coming up through when we get like London Open, that kind of thing, the strength scores. When we have data come out, they'll show the prior months graphing for that. If we scroll down a bit more into, say, this morning's events, like this. So where we had, we saw these kind of headlines come out, it'll post that basically in real time. It might be like 5-10 seconds delayed, which doesn't really matter, because when you guys are trading, you'll see it on the chart first, and if it's 5 seconds later, you're like, okay, cool, that's what it is. Like, you're not going to get it in 10 seconds.
Like we had on Monday.
It'll give you an aggregation. Yeah, exactly. And it'll give you an aggregation of where assets moved, sort of why they did, and then you'll see all the further comments from that ongoing. Like, so yeah, it's probably the single best news, real-time news element I've been using for
nice 80% office, right?
I know,
And
8, 9, 10 years now. So
I know probably a lot of people still saying like, oh, I need to pay like, what was that, like $900 or something for it, but
you don't have to. Like, clearly it's giving me these ads because I don't have the pro thing right now. So I've been using it for 8 years or so.
What's the delay for the free version?
I think it's like 10 or 15 seconds.
Okay,
like it's not much.
I mean, we are not like
right?
high frequency
like,
quant
HFT.
scalpers. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I haven't really bothered. Yeah. So you basically press this and it will voice these headlines as they come out, but not the irrelevant ones. There's an actual person on the other side that will then filter through them and actually voice note the important or relevant ones. Even some of these ones that are not in red, but might be still relevant, they'll communicate them. The ones that aren't, they'll just leave it out.
I imagine having this job, sitting there, having to read news. Oh, is that nice or is it not nice?
Hence, for a free service, it's quite good overall.
Yeah.
If you need to go, Dirk.
Yeah, I do actually.
I felt like you were about to say that. So.
Yeah, because my wife is preparing lunch today, and she said, "Don't be late for lunch. I'm going to kill you." Well, she didn't say that, but she's making dumplings today, so I definitely don't want to miss out on that one. Welcome back, Richard. And
hello.
William also in the
Rich.
background already. All right, guys. So, see you again next week. And remember, be careful and especially watch that Friday. Like the last 1 to 2 hours of a New York session. That's going to be the interesting one, I'm sure, this week.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Definitely. Enjoy the dumplings, Dirk.
I will.
See ya.
See you later, Dirk. Have a good one.
Yo.
Welcome back,
What's
guys.
good, people?
How are we doing?
Thank you.
I literally, the missus dumplings last night and they were banging, so yeah, nice, Dirk. Enjoy those dumplings, my friend. Love dumplings.
It started
news?
heating over here, so I think dropped my jacket.
Yeah, I was going to say, I got the jumper today as well. I was like, I put it on just to try it on.
Too hot.
Took it off right away. Yeah.
It's too
I must say, I'm glad I got the size. I did.
What size did you get?
3XL. I would not have
Oh,
it
yeah.
any smaller.
Let me have a
Dude,
look, what size
This is a
it
2XL. This is a 2XL.
Yeah.
I think mine's just an XL.
And it's
That's what I mean.
it's
No,
The-
mine's
it's
2XL, yeah.
it's tight. Like
That's what I was saying,
everything is tight.
Yeah, the shirt was XL, and again, I'd be like, this is tight. Yeah, I wouldn't go smaller. So, hence, I'm glad I did.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing because both of mine are double XLs, so XXL.
I have
And
to
they're
go
tight.
back to the post office though, because I feel like they missed some of the other stuff.
Yeah, dude, same as
Might
that.
have come
Yeah.
because I only got the two, just the shirt and the jumper.
Same as that. No,
I got the polo shirt, the regular shirt, and the jumper. That's it. The hoodie.
yeah, I just
Didn't
got,
get the
I just got jumper.
Maybe it was out
Okay.
of order. I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't there.
No idea. I know. I'll probably go and ask just to find out because
Yeah.
apparently it came on the 10th, so like 15 days ago, but I just didn't get a message. And I got a message today from the post office, like a text, saying, "If you don't come pick this up, we're going to send it back. So we're running out of space." I was like, well, normally they leave like a
Maybe
little note
notify
in
me.
your... Yeah, there's normally
On
a
your
little
post office
thing
box.
which says
Yeah.
like where it went to, what post office,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Didn't get one. So no idea.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Dude, what's the market been doing?
Not
Dude,
too
I'm
much.
annoyed.
We're literally doing kind of nothing. We're just gradually traveling up. Pound dollar is basically on the edge of this trend line once again. We're talking about the higher low, higher low. I would prefer to see. We had a couple guys saying they'd like to see a move down to 133. 55 to 50 again. I was saying if we see that down here, I would not be going long.
No.
Like
I
the only
wouldn't.
way I'd want to go long, I'd want to see another higher low, and then potentially press outside of that.
Yeah.
So if
drop
we
right to
started
that.
going through here, I'd say we drop right through and eventually down and then back down to there. If we got that.
Yeah, I mean,
So
we
this
haven't
is-
even come remotely close to testing yesterday's high at all.
Yeah.
Well, we got close this morning, but still. There's a lot of price action in this area where we were earlier, and we're getting close to it now again, so we'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I literally just took out my GU long about 5 minutes ago, max 3 to 5 minutes ago, and I went up to it hit a 1-to-1, and it was looking nice. I hit about $500 up, and then obviously I'm only risking 0.5% on this. Like I said, I'm reducing my risk, and then it just dropped, and I was like, this could be a pullback. However, we had this high here, price moved up, and we hit about 600-ish bucks here, and then it just flatlined. And then we had this pullback here, and I took out about here. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm done. So like I said, guys, I took this on a couple of accounts, so I banked some good dollar on this.
I was going to say,
but
it's still not bad. Right?
yeah,
no,
but
it's
as far
good
as
trade, mate.
yeah,
Good
exactly. And as far as my actual P&L, just because I can't be, I've literally just closed down MT5, so I can't be able to bring it back up again. So I'll bring it up on my phone. As you can see, I don't know if you guys can see that. It's like just under. You guys see that? Okay.
Is that just under 4 million?
Oh,
Nice.
yeah, just under 4 million. Yeah, just under 4 million, mate. Yeah, so 412 bucks. pretty sick.
Will doesn't want any of us to know that he is the
Very good.
richest person in the Fivers.
412 million today. Today. Wow.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm balling. Yeah, the only annoying thing is, like, I took out for a nice reason as well. I was like, yeah, I like this. However, it's now going back up to my original TP, and I was like, oh, really? Come on, man. But
Yeah.
I'm so glad I took out, like, you know, like you just saying, LJ, you know, there's so many reasons not to be long on this right now, and I didn't want to be contradicting one of those reasons. You know, I was like, no, I'm just, this doesn't look nice enough for me, so I'm just going to completely take out.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, unlike Monday, where it was very, sort of Monday, Tuesday, it was very binary. Like, we had the negative news, you're expecting something good after that. Now we're in this, like, weird neutral zone to see how long we keep the relative positive hope aspect into Friday.
Nasdaq is running.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got that bias, but we could be disrupted at any point. So you're banking on that continuing. And then if we don't get that, reverse. Now, Dirk and I were basically saying, for you guys, Rich and Will, we expect that to continue into Friday. Kind of relative good sentiment. Friday market close. The US now has troops that are actually inbound and ready in the area that could actually be deployed, potentially. So they threaten that. We get the classic, markets are now closed. We do the real negative stuff. Crypto gets weird. The rest of the market is closed. Get that negative sentiment. They have some kind of chat. Come into Monday. Hopefully it's done by then. Open. We dip. Monday night, the US. It's resolved or some kind of progress. Pull back again. Right? I don't know if the same playbook can keep working as far as the trade as well from markets, because it's too obvious now. And if everyone can see it, trades disappear. Right?
Do you guys watch CoffeeZilla? Do you know who CoffeeZilla is?
I've heard your name.
I have a hate-love relationship with him in the sense that some of the stuff I see he's really good. When he starts to talk about trading and market stuff, I'm like,
okay, so the first thing
that's not how
is
that works, bruv. Like, it's
the first thing you need to understand of him is that he's an investigative journalist. That's what his career was prior to doing YouTube. So he's just a journalist, investigative, and you know, he's one of those "where's the poop" kind of like people. Like he sniffs it out. And if something doesn't make sense to him, he's gonna investigate it. And I feel like more often than not, his content is pretty good. He sniffed out some stuff that was pretty decent, and he's given information about it, which was pretty good. He's brought out a video talking about the let's call it the Trump market manipulation tactic.
he's done that. Yeah.
So I haven't seen the in-depth information of it just yet. However, I'm keen to go and have a look at, because he doesn't often just say, "Oh, this is my opinion." He actually kind of like he goes and digs, and he gets people's gets people to like give him information and kind of like go on the books to say, "Hey, listen, did this really happen? Well, here's the text," or whatever. So I'm interested to see what information he's gathered and where it's come from. Who are his okay, he probably won't always give his sources, but like you kind of like get the idea. I'm interested to go and see there, because LJ, you mentioned it. This is like 15 to 30 minutes before the drop, you see volume spike, and that was like the caption, the thumbnail of his video was that on QQQ, and I was like, I have to watch this a little bit later. Let me just put it on for a watch later. Myself and the wife will have a watch through it, and she will just sit here and go, "This is boring. I don't know what this is."
Yeah, same deal with my partner. I'm like, "Oh, hey, look at this! Like JP Morgan, like Jamie Dimon said this, like, and blah blah blah." And my partner's like, "Okay."
Yeah, literally. Like, I remember being on this rooftop over the JP Morgan building, and I was like, "See, look, JP Morgan building. No way. That's pretty sick." She was like,
"See, right there."
I was like, "Look, we're actually looking down the J. I wonder if I can see their trades."
Babe, look at this candle. Like the candle. Do you see how big more red this one is? It's big more red than the other small green red ones. They are. That's pretty much how Like she understands. It's like, you don't understand. You see the difference when this one is this big and the others are this big. That's like a big deal. Like it's really big deal, babe. Like trust me, believe me, it really is. And she's like,
yeah. So like, if this
doesn't matter.
handle
Just like,
happens
shut
when I'm
up.
in the trade, we go on holiday. If this is in the other direction, we don't go on holiday.
And if this one
don't
happens, we're bankrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, oh damn.
Yeah, I lose account.
But yeah, the CoffeeZilla thing, definitely 100% right. Like obviously, yeah, like that's why when you pop back in and myself and Dirk were like smiling, we're like, yes, like we've been playing the macro kind of situation right here, very good. But yeah, I wish he'd just actually learn a bit more about finance and investing and trading, all that kind of stuff. If he's going to make, like, he's making legal claims, like real sort of stuff. But I feel like he has put more time into investigating that rather than understanding the groundwork of operations, of how things actually happen.
Yeah,
I
think
wonder
so, yeah.
at some point he's going to hit the wrong person and get sued into oblivion. Because I watch certain things and he's wrong so many times. And I'm wondering, who's this other guy's lawyer? They could ruin this dude. Right? Like, so that's the only thing. But I do like his work in general.
Yeah, no, I do like
it's a little bit
his,
weird that he's so obsessive with it, though. But apart from that,
but that's
play.
a good thing.
He's done very well.
Dude, that's a good thing. Like he's
Yeah.
like a little Jack Russell chasing after a tennis ball. He's obsessed
Except,
with it.
I
He's
think
not
he's
going to
gone-
let that tennis ball go.
Exactly. Obsessive is good. Egotistical is good. Just like when people are willing to put their own name on like a textbook. Very good. Normally, they're showing that they're willing to risk their own identity for it.
Getting scrutinized, you know, they risk getting critiqued, and they're fine with it.
I agree. I think though there's a point where you become slightly too zealous, right? Where it goes a bit away from that, where you've lost track. And I think he's
you
gone
kind
a
of
bit.
like lose what it is that made you go in the first place, and now you're just doing it for the sake of
Yeah, the
being that
boundaries
person.
get to whatever.
You know,
And
there's a line, and then he kind of like plays tiptoe. You know, he jump ropes that line. But I still think that's the right kind of personality that you need to have in order to be an investigative journalist. Like,
I agree.
if things get tough, he's the person that's like, no, I'm not dropping this. I'm going to carry on searching.
He goes to death until he does get sued
Exactly.
into oblivion.
Exactly.
Which technically is
And-
good.
Yeah, which I'm saying
To a
that
degree.
I think that's the right kind of personality.
It's
Yes,
good
being
until he's an
overzealous.
independent soul.
Yeah, I mean, like being independent
rips them
is
apart.
one thing.
It's just
But if
when
he
they
was
get
reckoned-
desperate at the end, right?
Yeah.
And then beyond,
Yeah.
rather than being committed, they're like, oh, I'm actually in trouble. And then they go, I'm going to work off my prior reputation I built up to say this and that. And then they often twist facts just to
Yeah.
keep themselves alive. And then it does
Yeah,
hurt
exactly.
certain people. And then it gets
But the
really
thing is,
nasty.
he does catch them. He does catch them like in the middle of a lot of their lies. You know, if they were lies, he does catch them because he puts enough pressure on them, and he's he's relentless. He's consistent to the point that he forces them to make mistakes. And that's kind of like the thing that most lawyers do as well. When you're sitting there and they're like cross-referencing everything you've said and done, they kind of like
That's what I
they're
mean, yes.
waiting. They're waiting for that moment where you screw up, and then they're like, "All right, on it," and then they just present. They know the information beforehand already, but they can't give it until it's mentioned, and then you mention it, and then it's like, "Hold on, you said A, B, C, D, and E, but we have this information over here," and you're like,
And or something that they would want to be real, but isn't. but they force you into the words of implying it's real.
Yeah.
But you said, not us. We want that to be, and now you got to prove that what you said isn't actually real. When
Yeah, you
which
need
is really
to prove
hard when
now that what you said was not true.
You implied is real, is not real, is really hard to disprove when it's actually not real, because now, and then you're completely cooked. And that's a whole...
Because the thing is, you need to now provide
okay.
evidence.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
you've
and you
made a
can't-
statement, and now you need to provide evidence, even if it's to the contrary.
Yeah, to something, you got to provide evidence to something that doesn't exist. And how do you do that, right? You can't. You know, especially if you're in a defensive position sometimes, because there's no other further attack position to create a greater narrative beyond you defending the thing that didn't exist, which you can't defend because it didn't exist. So therefore, you have to present something else. So it's the same thing here. That's why I think at the end of the day, at some point, I think he'll get sued into oblivion by someone when he gets it wrong.
Yeah, he's been sued before, but yeah, he has.
But most of these people are all social media people, which even if he is wrong, they will back down because it's a net thing for them from a social media standpoint to take the L and just let it go and sign an NDA and they continue. Rather than fighting something in court and then back and forth and this and that, destroys their progress over years, because these things take years, that they would make more money by settling it, paying him out prior, and then keep on going. So that's also where I've seen a few times where there's no way that he doesn't know that he's wrong right now. He's being a snake, and he's sued people, and he's made a lot of money from it. Or they have sued him, and he's gone back and forth. But that's when you're an absolute snake, because he knows he's wrong, though. He knows he's wrong, but then he gets paid out.
Yeah, but not only that, it's because he's not the only one that's being wronged here. He knows the other party is also being wrong, and that it's like being a bit of a hypocrite if you sue me, but he doesn't sue them, they sue him first, because they're like, oh, you know, you're destroying my reputation, and he's like, well... prove.
But he
kind of like need to prove that none of this information that I said is true.
Threw out the bait,
I love it.
Right? He threw out the bait for them to attack.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's talk about baiting. Do you agree with baiting? Yes or no?
I would say in general, yes. I think how someone does it though is another question. Like it's one of those things where if you're throwing out a bait like a coyote trap that has some meat in a thing, if you're doing some like Vietnam thing where you've got a floor and you fall into a trapdoor with
a punji pit trap and whatnot,
right? Yeah, like a war crime. Like I think that's a bit of a different kind of trap.
Okay, so I'm not referring to that kind of like baiting. I'm referring more to somebody posing as something with the intention of getting you to commit a crime. So imagine you have a car that's standing outside your flat, but you intentionally leave an item of perceived value on the seat with cameras and all that kind of like stuff, hoping that someone would come around and try and break your window and steal that perceived item of value. That kind of baiting. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I think that's...
Are you against...
I'm completely against that. It goes against every... I can see why people do it, but I go against it completely due to the fact that it's self-moral toxicity. You know, you're going in with the whole ideology that you're understanding that and you're hoping for negativity out. You're actually subconsciously projecting negativity out in the world by having negative sort of assumptions on another person. Or another something, another company, whatever that may be. So I completely disagree with it. However, I can see why some people would do it, but I think it's morally wrong. It's completely self-destructive unless you're being paid great money to do it on behalf of a company, for example, a private investigator. I think even that is
even then,
you know,
it's still there's rules.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
you
like
can't
we have
argue morals
police
and then say it's fine if you get paid for it.
No,
So
no,
that's
no,
just-
no, no.
No, that's what I'm saying. Even then,
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. I'm actually saying I think even if you do it and be paid for it, I can understand the more motivation for doing such. But I think it's just complete garbage, and it's a really self-destructive way of looking at any situation. You know, especially like it tells a lot about a character.
Yeah,
I
that's what I
think
say.
there's a scale.
I think it's like
there's a scale to it.
yeah. I think if you
Because-
know, like, you know what you're doing. If you're doing that, you know what you're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally.
Obviously,
And
you are. Your
you're
intention is-
intentionally, by definition, implying that the other person doesn't quite know what they're doing and won't quite figure that out, or isn't as switched on, or whatever. So it's almost like a
You're
more intelligent
hoping-
person, beating down on a less engaged or less intelligent person and taking advantage of that. I see that as immoral. Yes, you have that power and potential to do so, but it doesn't mean you exploit that. So I see it as exploitative. Like, yes, you know
yes.
that the...
It is very exploitative.
Right.
However, there's like a gradient to it, I think.
Yeah,
don't
I
think
understand.
It's
So
morally
the-
right or morally wrong. There's
Let
like
me... Hang on a second.
Because a predator, if you're trying to bait a predator,
Yeah, so I think what you're saying, you're
why I'm
expressing
all
their
for it.
natural nature. So you're not
you're
exploiting
putting
it.
them in a
That would be
situation.
if
Yes,
that
you're putting them in a
situation
situation
happened
where if they
on
had
its
that
own,
decision, they would make that
on its
choice.
own. Yeah, on its own, they
Yes,
would do that.
Because
yeah.
remember,
so you're,
that person is
shining
not privy to the information beforehand. They don't know
Yeah.
that it's a sting. They don't know that they're being baited.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's what
so
I'm saying.
you're
Like,
you're shining a spotlight on it instead.
Yeah.
I
Anyway.
see that, but I don't think setting someone up for that is necessarily great. Especially the implied thing is, if you're doing that, you probably already know that they're capable, and now you're just making it, and it also implies that people can't change. Like, would you want to intervene
I
in
think
some manner
you're
to
not
try and
implying
help someone
that.
or assist someone instead?
I
think there's
You're
more-
not implying they can't be helped. Like you're just, let's say hypothetically, you know that there's somebody in your area that is spray painting your car, which is vandalism, which is a crime.
Oh, then I
And-
just
So
never mind.
the thing is already being committed. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not preying on that person. Technically, that person is already a vandal. You just want to catch them in the act, but now everybody is caught onto this, so they're parking their cars inside. So what do? You want to catch the guy in the act so that he can be prosecuted and brought to justice for his vandalism. So you leave your car in an area where no other cars are available with a camera, basically. You are technically baiting the person for a reaction, but that reaction is like a known. You know that this is currently happening and you want to bait this person and catch them in the act. That's basically what I'm referring to. Anyway, I see Commander-Chief is telling us that we don't need to talk over each other. Sorry.
Yeah,
Dave.
no, sorry. Commander-in-Chief, like, that might be my fault. Like, I was talking before, I had to come back in and then out with Dirk as well. I think my audio has gone in and out between on time and then delayed. So the same thing when you were talking before, Rich, I tried to talk because I thought you stopped and then you started and back and forth.
I also
apologies.
think it's just pure excitement. I think,
but
we're
Could be that
guys
as well.
having a conversation.
Yeah,
We're guys having a
engaged.
Yeah,
Exactly.
literally that.
Which is good. Especially when the market right now is not really doing anything. We've had a couple random headlines back and forth through like 10, 15 pips max, and that's kind of it. But no real direction. And we don't have primary news. The only thing we do have tonight is into New York. We do have the crude stock levels. So we'll see how updated it is. The forecast is currently minus 600 To be honest, I don't know how that is minus 600. I think there would be a surplus of storage.
I don't know. Like, yeah, we'll see.
Either way, I don't think anyone will really care because it's still very real time. Like everything is changing from last week to the week before to this week, so on and so forth. Either way.
LJ.
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, go for it, Will.
No, go on.
LJ, I wanted to ask you, did you see the Ukraine-Russia, let's call it re-escalation, where they've gone and burnt a bunch of oil?
Yep.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the impact now all of a sudden from that?
Okay, so yeah, this goes back to okay, if you look at the entire thing, where same with the US, Middle East, Israel, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, all that kind of stuff. All these players in there. You look at the what is the point of this? And also the US, which seemingly got in there kind of randomly, kind of abruptly, like they were ready for it potentially, but it also seemed kind of rushed. And they did very well, but then they didn't have a follow-up. So it all comes back to the petrodollar. So even going back to the Russia-Ukraine situation, again, every single incident that we've had is around potential players being invasive to the petrodollar, right? Yeah. So the BRICS nations, and even if we go way before BRICS was formed, if we have Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, all that kind of stuff, they're trying to price oil in euros or yuan or a combination of both. Bang, they get attacked. Same deal here. We've had BRICS. We saw Venezuela, done. We saw trade tariffs and trade attacks on China, done. Iran, done. Russia, war with Ukraine. The only one in the middle is pretty much India and Pakistan, where they're playing all sides. They have weapons as well when they're defending, because they're also in a semi-war with Pakistan. They have weapons from Russia, from the US, and from China on different sides of the border. And that's also one of their weaknesses, that each of these weapon systems don't actually communicate together. So if you take out one, the entire side is done. I think, like I was talking with Dirk before, obviously the major winner through all of this is Russia. Right?
For the oil stuff, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Because, I mean, their restrictions have been kind of like unrestricted now.
Yeah, they've been relieved, which they were already selling them prior on the back end.
Yes.
And US decided to pull back because they couldn't fully enforce it. So they're just like, okay, whatever. Now they were selling barrels at approximately $30 to $33 a barrel. Now it's over 100.
I think it's up now to, I think it was 40 something prior to the whole Strait of Hormuz being kind of like closed off. But the thing is like they're kind of like exempted from the world oil price like balancing, or they were at that point.
Yes, and then it goes, they're trading in yuan because China created the yuan oil market in 2018 when Trump was in. What do we get? More sanctions, more trade war on China. Then we got COVID.
Okay, put on your tinfoil hat, mate.
Tinfoil hat, guys, right now. Yeah, there we go. But you can see how all this comes out of the same stuff. Whether it's then the eventuations from COVID, we get everything shut down, everyone resets, all that kind of stuff. Then we get a resetting of all these policy negotiations, everything. And now we've come out to where BRICS have reformed and want to actually take over that petrodollar. So hence US, Venezuela, the others. That's pretty much what we're seeing. The trouble is, every other time that we've had this, the US has succeeded.
Yeah, I mean...
Right now, it's much more difficult.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's why we're going to have potential talks with guards at the door, you know? Like
and
guards
you can
outside.
See,
ready
yeah,
and
if
waiting.
you look at the prior, like almost like the trade tariffs are like a test to each country to get talks with every country and see where they are. And even with the UK and Europe with defense spending, how willing really are you? Like we get a little feeler out. We're just going to put flyers out and see, hey, can you sign this and tell me how you feel? Okay, now we know, and then they go into something else.
That's intelligence gathering.
This is why it's so, dude. It's so George Bush, Dick Cheney, Iraq thing.
Yeah.
Like we've talked about this.
Yeah.
It's very similar but different.
Yeah, it seems as though the US has a very particular way of doing all this, and it happens every term with a new president, but it's like you're the president of this country, but the country's got his way of doing it, and it's the US way, regardless of who's the president.
So it's the same thing as Trump 1.0 was not as aggressive. I think he's now learnt his political, or earned his political dregs, put it that way.
Yeah.
He was a newbie coming in before. But you can see the same thing with Obama. Obviously did the same stuff, but more subtle, more finesse versus the Bush administration. It's the same thing
Trump 2.0
all the way
wilding.
since 2000, just in a different package. Right? You get a different Happy Meal every time. It's the same, same
you
thing.
get a different toy.
Yeah,
but in this
exactly.
case, it's not a
different
toy.
but also the Happy Meal is shaped in like a box,
Square
and
box.
sometimes like a circle. Then it's like you get like a pirate map, and you gotta X marks the spot, and you gotta find where it is. Right, like but it's the same thing. It all ends up in a
Because
Happy
either
Meal.
way, they still call it a Happy Meal.
Yeah, either way, you get like a Pokemon card or like Transformers or something at the end. Same deal.
Yeah.
Same thing. That's what we're getting right now. So
overall, you feel like what is happening, or what has been re-established, let's rather say, is it's kind of like all part of the plan. It's just like all part of this big, let's not call it a scheme, but like this, like they say, one is playing chess, the others are playing checkers, kind of like thing. You know, they're not playing the same game. They have same interests, and they have the same thing that they want to have at the end of the day individually, but they're not playing the same game. But they're all playing it on this in the same room, and everybody's aware. It does feel like that at the moment.
yes, so like obviously where the US is, like they have oil, gas, every single energy infrastructure piece. They could go on for 3-4 years. They're really the only country that can confidently do that without question in real time right now. So, given the current outside positioning, yes, they are. People talk about how they are weaponry weak. terms of rockets, military aspects, ammunitions, all that kind of stuff. But energy-wise is what wins a war. So like China has the people, they have the ammunition, they have the other portents. They don't have the energy. End of the day, you win or lose a war by energy. That's it. Because there's multiple factors that go through this. So I think that's why the US is pressing that right now. That's the only time that they have. This has been an ongoing thing since 2016, before. Same with Russia starting to load on with gold. Like, this is not like a thing that happened yesterday. It's an ongoing escalation of the same thing from the past 10 years. Very much like a Cold War type thing. But
war of
no one
attrition.
quite wants to call this that. But it's been very clear. If we have this every single year, every couple of months, of certain build-ups, and there's certain allies, this is very much a Cold War. Especially when in the background we have AI, all that kind of stuff going on. I don't like the outcome.
Dude, who does? I don't think anybody's gonna like the outcome.
The outcome ends up when you really put it all through, it's someone has to win. And that means someone has to lose.
Always, yeah. It's a net zero game.
There'll always be that situation where someone has to win.
It's a net zero game, guys. It's like poker, it's like trading, it's a net zero game. For somebody to win, somebody needs to lose. Because you're not creating something out of thin air. You're exchanging something, and in this case, it's the same.
This is why there's
going to be a handle.
Yeah, this is the only instance I can see of alleviating the things with both Russia and Iran with the sanctions. That because of the current disruptions, they get, a pause. We then keep that going on. They come back into the global economy. That's a win for everyone. That's the only way I can see that this makes sense. Right? And then Trump gets his no wars, I brought everyone back into friendship globally, that kind of stuff. Because otherwise you have to delete people. And that's not good for anyone.
No.
So that's the only fringe aspect I can see of him trying to do this, gain strategic advantage overall. So they do have a control element within those conditions, not just saying we'll do that tomorrow. Like they need to have some kind of control element.
Yeah, well, like I said,
then it's a win. Like, I mean, then we're all good. Then markets are to the moon. But
yeah, but what the chances of that happening? Like I said earlier, what's the actual chances of them having that equilibrium? That middle ground that they can both agree on. The chances of that actually happening, depending on the views of each, participant or participation leader, it's all dependent.
Yeah, it's like Akram said, which same thing we've both been saying to each other a number of times. My entire thing for this year was we are so back, we're so over, so back, we're so over, so back, we're so over, and it's gonna be that back and forth.
Just
volatility.
repeat.
And
enjoy the cycle, guys. Enjoy the cycle.
Yeah, we've seen that directly. So at the same time, hopefully you guys get, that insight prior, and if you played it that way, you probably did pretty well.
So what are we saying? Are we buying Bitcoin at the end of the week?
Oh yeah, 100%. Full margin. Put everything, like remortgage your house on it. If you haven't got like any equity in your house, then remortgage your wife and chuck that on Bitcoin if you can.
For everybody listening now, Will is being sarcastic, just in case you didn't realize it.
Yeah, I'm joking. Do not go searching on how to like mortgage your wife on dark market, whatever you do.
Is that a?
But all the other
search
stuff I
term?
said is fair game. All the other
All the other
stuff.
stuff.
How
I mean,
to
all
mortgage
the
your
other stuff, you have freedom of thought and freedom of activity. You can do that if you choose, if you so choose, and if you so please. I wouldn't, but I mean, you guys can go for it. But the latter, definitely try and avoid that one.
I see there's a few people asking for an analysis on AJ, gold, and Euro USD. Yeah. I see Euro's already on the board.
Yeah, Euros do nothing. Like, there's a whole lot of nothingness going into the Euro. I did this to it earlier, and then I thought, oh, you know what? Let's revisit the Euro. And then, we had pre-session highs, pre-session lows, and then we've got session lows and like current session lows, current session highs. We've got no, we haven't. We got in about an hour's time, or just under an hour's time. We've got the new market open. So I'm wanting something. I'm assuming we're gonna get a sweep of the lows. I want to see something happen. Like, Euro can't just completely flatline over 3 sessions.
What do you mean it can't? What do you mean it can't? Will?
Let me rephrase.
Don't Trump hands.
Guys, I just want to say, I'm not trading the Euro, that's why it's not moving. But I have traded gold, and I must say, not gold, GU. I must say, me and the pound, we got along very well today. It was a very good relationship, and I took money, and it took money, so we're both very happy.
Okay, so we've got Trump Davis.
I don't know what you want to make of that, but there you go. You just got my diabolical impression of Donald Trump. So you do what you will with that, guys.
I'm kind of like neutral at this point in time. Nasdaq had a move this morning, post Tokyo session. Since then, it's kind of been uninspiring. I missed that one because I had a meeting this morning, missed that move. And I'm just kind of like sitting here waiting. It's starting to move now, where we had this very... I'm going to bring my screen up. And then...
just seeing Carl's comment. I already called the bank and they didn't want to take my wife.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The highs of the day and the lows of the day are pretty much just the low of Tokyo and the high of London at the moment. We're waiting for more movements, but this was the initial move, creating a slightly higher high, higher low, and then eventually pushing up to create the high of the day at that point. And then since then, it's kind of like been just sideways or uninspiring, let's put it like that. Right now, however, we kind of just dipped above this section over here, slightly lower than yesterday's highs from the news. Started dipping lower. We had this lower time frame channel that has now been broken volumetrically and retested as well. So it looks kind of nice for a potential entry. However, the problem that I have with this is that it does not feel like we're going anywhere just yet. We're not. I want to sell from here, sell into our options expiry point, which is going to be in the next 45 minutes. But I don't like trading just before the New York opens. So it's about 45 minutes before New York opens up. This at any point in time can just do that and then start pushing lower. And I don't know. There's no clear directional movement for me right now that I'm willing to participate in. I mean, it would have been great if I entered right there, had my stop loss just above that swing point, and my take profit is close to this point. That would be great, but... And then down. I don't like the idea of that at all. So I'm just going to sit on my hands for the rest of the day. I'm not going to be trading anything until we actually get some sort of proper price action. I don't like this. There's a high, we retouch the high. There's a low, lower high, lower high, higher low, and so on and so forth. It's just, this is sideways price action to me. So I am just going to sit on my hands and do nothing. Nothing. Not a thing.
Nada. Smart move.
Nada. Like all of the indices, US 30, same idea. If you kind of like just condense it, you'll see we had a move yesterday because of the news, and then since then it is sideways price action. No, thank you.
Yeah.
S&P 500, same idea. News event pushes price up. We came to the high twice with the S&P, and both times we've pushed it, you know, tried to come back to the low, which we've just missed every single time. There's no convictive moves yet, so I'm not going to force it. DAX, same thing. I mean, you can see it in the VIX as well. The VIX open of the day with a bit of a gap. Low of the day, tested once. You're just stuck here, literally. Look at that price action. Yeah. Beautiful. You can even see it on the MACD as well. The MACD is struggling. On the hourly, makes sense on the hourly as well. It's very slowed. Very slowed. Slowed price action on the MACD as well. Which is just more MAs, more moving averages. But yeah, no interest in selling right now. What I want to see, however, is I want to see either yesterday's highs closed above, retested, and continue, or I want to see us at least break lower than the Tokyo low with conviction. I want to see it convictively break and close, retest, and then continue. Because I still feel like there is a potential. But I also feel like this is still
potential. So the other thing with US tech, which is so US 30, very heavily financially dominated. This is the only period where we've had US financials heavily sell off to the degree they have without a recession or impeding recession.
So do you have a recession
either that's
indicator?
A good indication or a bad indication of like change of sort of market structure regarding private credit, traditional credit, that kind of thing. I don't have a recession indicator on my current charts. Like I have stuff on personal things, but not on like TradingView to show. I can't say that banks are in like a bad position, major banks, even though that's been the trading direction.
Yeah.
So I think that's potentially something to inverse overall. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that broader markets or indexes could not go lower. It's not like a buy signal. It's just, I think banks this time will be much more insulated than prior crashes or crises or GFC or something else. Like they've kind of learnt the playbook right now. So I think private credit, smaller banks will get crushed. The big banks will actually do very well. Yes, right now, because the big banks are much more liquid and they are public, they've been sold off more heavy than those smaller entities. So, yeah, not a bad idea overall. The whole market right now is very annoying.
Yeah.
Dirk and I were talking about this. We're in a very mixed back and forth type situation. We were saying play it headline by headline, measure by measure, day by day, week by week. That's it. You know, hour by hour, even. Not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been testing everybody's patience, I think. The market.
Like, who cares about the central bank meetings last week?
Nobody.
Irrelevant.
Nobody
They were
cared.
very important last week. We saw Eurodollar run. We're very important. Now, no one cares. Irrelevant. It's not just old news, it's irrelevant news.
Yeah, like the whole last week was this movement.
Yeah.
But before that, it was absolute tank, another tank. And even when we're trying to push up from here, there is these like days where we take back half of what we've given completely. Sometimes more. So yeah, the problem still being that, like, are we going to carry on going lower? Looking at it, it feels like it wants to. But like you're saying, the banks, the interest rates, all of that stuff, nobody gave a damn about it. It was just like, whatever. We don't care.
This is why dollar yen, once again, the barometer to watch for this. Because if we are willing to push 160 on dollar yen, and we've got a relative channel, we did dip out of it from that news recently, but we're still in that relative channel. We came back in, respected the relative bottom, came back up. We're now trying to push towards the tops. I think if we break outside of that, then you are looking if we're heading towards 160, break that, it's all done.
Yeah.
Up until about 161, 162, then I'd see potential intervention coming right in. So I'd buy around 160.
161, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't get in around that 160, if you see it at 161, just leave it. Because you could get very much the thing where we go 161 up to 162, 30 minutes later, somehow, bang, intervention, 162 goes back to, I don't know, 157. Right, like 500 pips lower in like 5 minutes.
Yep.
So,
but until then,
very difficult.
Until then,
don't do the until then. Oh, come on.
It's just a slow dredge. It's just
like you're playing
dredge.
the pokey. So like, oh, I just got a feature. Like, oh yeah, I should double up and keep betting.
Yeah, I'm not saying go long.
Like, oh,
I'm not saying that at all.
Let's go again. Let's go.
I'm saying it's the waiting game. This is where the patience comes into play. Like, we do expect that potential when we potentially get to 161, 162.
The entire globe expects it. The entire financing system
expects
of the world expects it, and then they need it.
So
anything
up until then,
becomes
we have the slow trudge up.
Yes, sort of. Yeah,
we can't deny that this is frustrating. That's the frustrating thing of the market. You know what is about to happen. You can see it about to happen, and it's not happening. It's just like, I'm kind of can't do anything until this happens.
I gotta say, if I had a dollar cost average, like people are talking about Bitcoin right now being lower, I somewhat would prefer to dollar cost average into shorts on dollar yen.
Okay, so start selling, high stop loss, get in a higher position.
Yeah, above
Sell it
say
down.
162. If you're being very conservative, obviously you could run a hedge above like 160, 80 or something, right? But near term, I feel like that's actually a better idea overall to see that come down, much larger return, and then eventually turn that into something like Bitcoin or S&P or Nasdaq as well, for like a long-term aspect.
I mean, so with Nasdaq, would you expect it to? Okay, I mean, even when we've had pullbacks,
Yeah.
it eventually starts going long yet again. So even though we might be in a slowed area right now where it's struggling to push higher, there might be a bit of a pullback. But the moment it starts going, it goes.
It will go, but the upside is always more difficult than the downside, right?
Yes, because
so
of
just
the
like
sheer
we see with
amount that's
COVID,
already. Yeah.
COVID much quicker, then it's very gradual. Yep, up. Because this takes new confidence from traders or investors to put new money into the market on average.
Exactly.
It's very
like you're
easy
saying,
for
you
people
said
to pull
previous.
back,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You take the stairs going up, you take the window going down. You know, it's just.
Yeah.
But you've also said this before as well. It's the same with gold. It's the sheer amount of capital that has already been invested into it. Where's the other capital coming from?
Yeah. And then the same thing when we
Push it
saw
to that
gold at
10K, 11K, whatever, you know?
5.5, 5.6, and then we came down to 4.6.
Yeah.
Right, you're down 30%.
Yeah.
That's about $20 trillion.
We know we can get back up there because we've been there.
Yeah, we definitely can, but hence it's sensitive to those massive drops. Same thing when we had the dips on silver to 80. They're like, oh yeah, we'll go back to 120 and then push on to 140. I'm like, no. Dude, it's dead. Why are you even buying silver above $60? That's insane.
Yeah.
Like you might buy it on like a speculative trade, but you're not buying rationally, right? And eventually it comes back to rational exercise, and that's it. So the same thing with gold. So I think if I was like a hedge fund right now, I would short silver, long gold. Because I think silver potentially goes back below 60, down into the 50s, around year end. I think gold comes back higher. Because you still have to realize that silver is still like an industrial metal. And the demand has been declining, just like it was last year, amongst massive run up. And now we have this inflation input, energy input price shock. That goes to renewables, all that kind of thing. Initially, it's going to have a hard hit because no one can build anything. People are going to pull back on electric cars, all that kind of stuff. Silver's like in this weird thing where you get a pullback on that, but at the same time, because of these events, you get more demand for renewable energy, which silver is very much a partition of. But you get the pullback first. No one can build anything because it's too expensive. Drops. Then eventually, once it becomes cheap enough, people buy it again.
Yeah.
So that's what we still need. So I think that's about $50 to $40 end of year.
I mean,
we'll see.
Coming
we'll see.
down to $54 is actually, I think it's a very good potential area because that was a previous double top before a momentous breakout. and we'd already seen quite a bit of selling attempts at that point. And I mean, this was in November, October to November last year.
Yeah.
So, and since then we've gone really, really high in, you know, comparison to where we were, absolutely reached the tippy top. And since then we have been nothing but selling off. Even this short-term rally that we had over here was unsustainable. It was very, very short-lived. Obviously piggybacking off of what gold was doing, but gold at least was trying to get back to all-time highs and was within like a stone throw away, percentage-wise, from all-time highs again. And then obviously we just had the sell-off.
It's the same thing as the 3,500, right? Like we talked about it, and hence with Dirk, he's like, yeah, you're the only person I know that actually had the goal to actually do this, right? Both times as well. But it's the same structure. So I think on the back end, now, same deal. Like, we definitely have potential for another dip, but that's going to be very conditional on what happens. I would actually expect gold to go higher from here. I would prefer to short silver, hence as like a hedge fund type long short trade. That'll be the one. I mean, we have so much. I've been talking to a bunch of guys in Discord recently, and there's so many probabilities and distributions of what could happen going on so far. It's still very hard. So the same way myself and Dirk were talking about, this week is definitely the key metric to see where that ends up, and at most Monday, Tuesday into next week. After that, I think the market will just be a bloodbath, right? So for now, I saw some of you guys as well asking in chat. If I can scroll up a bit.
Yeah, I've been checking. Our chat has not been updating on the streaming stuff at all. So
Yeah,
sorry if we're not bringing up your chats on stream itself. Unfortunately, having some technical difficulties.
It's a bit slow. Sorry, guys. Tomorrow, hopefully, it'll be back to normal. Today, we have to go back and forth, that kind of stuff. He who will erase us.
Erase us. Yeah.
That's all right, Thanos. All right. Never mind. Explain a little more about option expiry, please. So if we go and have a look at, I don't know whether you want to bring it up or I'll bring it up.
The options expiry information.
Yeah. So you have this kind of stuff. So this is the 0 days to expiry meta level, right? 24025 for the NASDAQ right now. So the thing is to look at for options, the expiries, is you're looking at like gamma and where the market gets like a pull. So these days, 0 days to expiry options have become very popular, both from retail traders and then consequentially from institutions as well, to take advantage of the mispricing of these options generally, right? So to look at these levels is very important to see roughly where, if we put this back on and go back up to the NASDAQ right here, to where and how those interact. So often I'll look for a certain price, like so right through here, we had the options pricing higher. I would look for some kind of trade from the lows to go long back towards that options price. Same thing through here, we had that big pump. I look for a dip down towards this options price. Today we have the options price down here at about 25025, currently above that. if we see
24025.
a push, is it?
24. Yeah, 24025.
Oh yes.
It's about to say
Change that.
25 is a bit higher.
That'd be a bit higher. Yeah, so 24025. So,
Yeah.
Given the current situation, typically I'd look to trade the inverse, going back towards that trade level. Now, right now we're very macro driven, so potentially if we come into New York, you've got these other prior levels, things like the 200 moving average. You've got these candle closes up here from the original spike back on Tuesday. I look for some kind of entry into here to go up to ultimately come back down with negative news, meet that level, TP. It's more reliable, I will say, when we have a more technical situation going on. In a macro situation, not so much.
Yeah.
In a macro situation, it's more insurance, which sometimes actually signals the opposite position more heavily, because people can pay less for that protection through options rather than trying to directionally pick where we are going.
Yeah.
But that's generally how you use it. So we had a bunch of those options levels up here, but either way, when you're directionally adverse to where the level is, trade towards it into New York, and then that's it. Like, pretty simple. It's actually that simple.
Yeah. The EDT is Eastern Daylight Time. So that is, what is it, GMT
It's
plus
basically
4?
New York open. So yeah.
No, it's end of day. So it's
But it's 0 days
5
to expiry. So DTE, which is
Yeah,
days
Eastern.
to expiry.
Yeah, but it's EDT.
So these are New York options. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's EDT. So it's EDT, Eastern Daylight Time, 5 p.m., which is 11 p.m. my time, which would make it 9 p.m. GMT, which is end of day.
Wait, hang on. Wait, what do you say?
So it closes at March 24, 5 p.m.
opening
EDT.
of New York.
So according to the options chart, it closes at end of day. Because it's 5 p.m. EDT, and EDT is Eastern Daylight Time. So if you scroll up towards the top, you'll see it on the left. Yeah, EDT time.
Here.
So which is it's Eastern Daylight Time.
But that's US.
Yeah, but that's 5 p.m. US time, which is like 9 p.m. UK time, which is like 11 p.m. South African Standard Time.
Hang on. Let me check, because no, you might be right,
Yeah.
but
I mean, if there's
You might.
what you're saying is still true. There's still the prevalence for price to, when it moves away from it, to want to come back down to it, because that's when the options expires. It expires at that time at the end of the day, which is the 1 day expiry time, as you've already explained. So the expectation is that price would then eventually, those option prices would expire at the end of the day, which is their end of trading day as well.
yeah, so that's through. Now we're going to figure out the daylight savings time. God damn it. It's so annoying. Dude, there's nothing more that I hate every single year for the past 10 years.
Yeah, no, dude, I know.
Daylight
I hate
savings.
it.
And because every country has daylight savings. Pretty much. But then
Except
at different times. Different times. And then, same with Australia. Only place that doesn't is Brisbane. Very annoying.
Yes,
Dude,
South Africa doesn't have.
It's what
at all.
bugs me as well. Is when New York changes, and then
You
I
don't
gotta
have
try
it.
to remember because they're minus, they go
We
forward.
don't have it now. Yeah, we do not observe daylight savings time at all.
Yeah, neither does Hong Kong actually. Because
Yeah,
I
we
was
stay
looking when
GMT
they
plus
did.
2 all the way through. Same, Nigeria doesn't have daylight savings time as well.
So you guys are like normal, not weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest.
Dude, we work day-night cycles. It doesn't matter what time the sun sets or the sun comes up.
Same.
It's going to be
Same,
6
dude.
o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night without adjusting a clock at all. It's going to be done. Is it dark when you go home? We don't care. Is it dark when you go to work? We don't care.
Same thing with every like war history type situation you've read with Australia.
Yeah.
Like pretty much the entire team will be Queenslanders.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, Queensland's
We're
like,
hard.
yeah, no,
We're
we
hard.
don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's it. Now we'll do it. We'll get it done. That's it, and then we'll have a beer.
Pass.
It's fine. Yeah.
What was yesterday's
Beer and barbecue.
options expiry? What was yesterday's options
Yesterday's
expiry?
was
24167.
167. Yeah. Up here. So that's the thing with today. We're back down by the base of these candle levels.
You know
So-
what, LJ? Let me. So the close of
It's basically by
day-
the open of Monday, right? The gap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The close yesterday was 24,192. The close of the day. So about 30 points or so above the options expiry. And we hit 24,162 at 15 minutes before close of the day. What was the day before that one? 23,909, yeah? Okay, but that was a little bit more difficult because we had news.
Yeah, that one's
offset.
And this was
Yeah.
the original, right? Prior. It was on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was what, 23,909.
Sorry, actually, back here. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
9 p.m. my time. So
Yeah.
basically 2 hours prior from now for you,
Yeah.
your time. So
Yeah.
your time minus 2 hours. Yep.
So interesting. Something to just kind of like have a look at, to go and have a look at the options expiry time and then see how price acts at the end of the day, at New York Open. So you can think, just kind of like have a look at how it... I'm not saying you, LJ, I'm saying everybody in chat. Go and have a look at it
Yeah,
and see how
I'm
it reacts.
I'm looking at this going very... Same deal. This is very interesting, looking at these times.
Yeah. That's why I said it was interesting. Yesterday...
It's very consistent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
A little bit too consistent. Like, I was looking at this, I was like, I watched the futures drag from this, which I traded the on oil, right, with this. Like, yeah, fair. But now,
yeah.
I'm looking at this stuff beyond that, and we've got multiple levels the whole way through.
Yes.
Like, this is very consistent. Beyond
Makes you wonder,
just-
doesn't it? I don't have.
All right, guys.
any
I'm gonna
details.
say good night to you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna spin up Claude right now. I'm gonna run all this in the background and see what trading bot or algorithm I can get going to make $1 bajillion. And if I do, bajillion is probably more than Elon has, and so I will share it with you guys, and we'll go to
That would be nice, yeah.
Saturn. Can you go to Saturn?
Wait. I don't want to go to Saturn.
No.
No. Can we go somewhere like
a...
East remotely habitable?
Doesn't really work, does it? Alright, we can build buildings on Pluto. And it's not a real planet. So we outside the solar system. It's just like a moon.
Oh no,
So
this is gonna be like
quiet.
a galactic empire thing. Oh no.
We're gonna be kind of quiet.
Star
No,
Wars,
dude,
here we come.
Yeah.
Outer Rim. That's Star Wars, mate.
Yeah.
Dude, it's right. Dude,
So,
it's
yeah,
fine.
sorry,
we'll
mate.
be,
George Lucas has
we'll
already
be
counted that.
very benevolent, good people. Okay?
Yes.
It's fine.
But
Anyway,
we're not gonna
I
get the
will
financial
see you
support
guys
from the Senate.
on...
The Galactic
I
Senate.
am the Senate.
I am the
What are you talking
Sith.
about?
I am
Venom.
Plagueis.
Venom. We
No, you've got a bit of an Afrikaans accent when you do that.
We
It sounds like you're saying
Willem. Willem.
which is Afrikaans
yeah,
for William.
Yeah.
I have no idea what to make of what's happening right now.
That's a bit rude.
On behalf
That's a bit
of
rude.
LJ and Richard, I do apologise to everybody in chat who's got severe brain.
Anyway, we don't need him. We're gonna take over the galaxy.
You got there in
Yes.
the end. You got
The Galactic Senate.
Galactus,
We're gonna have the Galactic
universe.
Senate.
Everything.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sorry to you guys. Today has been a bit disrupted. The stream has been a bit rubbish. Same with trading. It's been kind of boring, to be honest.
Wow! Oh, wow!
In a month
No, we don't admit to rubbish.
Can we remove him again? Trying to interrupt me.
The streaming
Anyway,
platform is a bit
thank you.
dog today.
So yeah, it's been a bit back and forth. We've been trying to deal with it. Hey, go away. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll update you, and we'll cover everything into that Friday big day, like we were talking about with myself and Dirk earlier. So for now,
All right,
I will
LJ, mate.
invite back William out of my own good grace.
As Galactic
Actually,
Senator.
can you guys vote? Do you guys actually want him back? Or no, it's fine. All right. All right, see you guys. Peace out.
Do you reckon
I'll
they
see you
vote
guys
and be like,
tomorrow.
nah,
Ciao.
we're good.
Best hands. Ciao.
Cheers, mate. Cheers,
See you
mate.
later, man.
Oh,
What's
do you know how annoying it
Dude, I
is?
feel violated. I feel violated, man. Oh my god.
Nah, dude,
D-
like,
d-
L-
Is there a
LJ's big
therapist
boy.
in chat anyway?
Can't say no. Can't say no to him.
Oh man.
Yeah, not having chat in the background is a little bit annoying for me because
Yeah, it's
every
been-
time I
it's
click
been
somewhere,
questionable.
I've got the YouTube one popped out, so it's here right in front of me, the chat. But every time
Yeah,
I click
hence why my
anywhere,
screen's quite fluid.
yeah, it goes behind the stream information. So it's just like, okay, I have to switch over to this channel, or I have to switch over to that one, and then it disappears, and it's like, okay, click down here, click on that one, there it, it's annoying.
Yeah,
So we're
no,
not ignoring anybody in chat. It's just we're kind of like juggling a lot of stuff at the moment. All right, mate.
Yeah,
I
it's
wanted
been
to
a
ask you.
faff.
Yeah, a little bit.
Go on.
EU has gone and broken. Let me bring my chart up. EU has gone and broken this little bit of a channel that we've had. We've broken it, we've retested it, and it seems as though we want to push lower. What do you think of that?
I literally just been staring. Like, so when you guys were having a bit of a moment, I was just staring for like the past 10 minutes at EU, trying to like sort of understand what it's trying to do. I don't know. I really don't know, man. It's Asia has had the most moves throughout. we've got London. Sorry, we got New York opening in about 9 minutes' time. I'd like to see a confident break and close under, and I mean a volumetric. Like I mean I want New York to say cowabunga, have a big drop down, pull back, continuation. Yeah. I don't know. I give it like EU has been the bane of today for me.
I mean, it's all to be expected. That's kind of like the thing that
Yeah, I think we're selling. I'm on the 15 at the moment. We can get a break and close under exactly where we are now. You know, we've broken under that Tokyo low. If we can close in a volumetric bearish candle, pull back, continuation downward.
Is that what you would look for?
Yeah,
close,
yeah.
Retest, continue.
Thing is that I'd want to retest a little higher. Yeah, I want to take yesterday's lows.
Oh, yesterday's lows. Okay, so down here, not this. Okay.
No. Yeah,
I want
to see below those lows.
Because when we swept yesterday's highs, well, that was technically not yesterday's highs. That was yesterday's highs. When we swept it, we did nothing with it. No follow through, no continual push, just flat. Well, I'm not saying flat market. I mean like a flat attempt, of uninspired attempt to try and push price higher. And since then, we've pretty much been making lower highs all the way. We did make higher lows, but now we're busy making a lower high as we're busy making our way underneath the Tokyo low. So there is the probability for a new low to be presented, new lower high, new lower low trying to come and wick yesterday's lows. So I agree with you. That is a Z.
Yeah. It would be nice if we can see that. But, you know, who knows? Like, if we can get that, I think, you know, there's going to be some really nice opportunities for sells. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to participate in it due to the fact that, you know, I'm going to be sleeping. You know, it's what? Where's my phone? It's 9:25 at night. So it's nearly 9:30, nearly 10 o'clock at night. I'm not anticipating there's going to be a sell opportunity move until at least sort of between 10 and 12, so my time, 10 p.m. and midnight. And by then, I pray I'm not going to be in the market. You know, it's I want to be sleeping by then, not sort of looking at trading markets. But I don't know. What about you? Are you going to look at participating in the New York session, or are you completely done now? Because I know that I've been watching Nasdaq. You know, we had some really nice moves on Nas yesterday. Or I say moves plural. It was just one singular move. So, what's your thoughts on Nas? Are you going to be participating in that over New York, or are you just not going to bother?
I am. I haven't had any moves today yet that I could participate in, bar the one that I missed, which was you had the low of Tokyo, you failed to make a new low, and you started printing a new bullish push. So I would have probably wanted to get in on the close of that candle. Well, it's on the 15, but you get the same idea on the 5, where you failed to make a new low, and wait, let's do that. You failed to make a new low. So all of this consolidation up over here with the breakout did not create a new low, which was the low of the day. You missed it. You started to push up. You created a lower high, but then you immediately made a higher low, a new one, and so on and so forth, until you eventually broke up here. And I would have loved to have been in this move this morning. But once again, wasn't at the chart, wasn't looking at it. I want to see what happens now with New York opening up in the next 4 minutes, next 5 minutes or so. I want to see what price is going to be doing. Is it going to try and push its way down towards the options level, which is all the way down here, or whether or not this, let's call it this action like this, gets continued, basically. So where we try and push higher. I'm very on the fence right now because every day that we've had like a massive movement, like we had this massive movement on Monday, it was followed up by very flat action. Yes, there was room to take some trades, but overall, to me, it was a little bit flat. And then we had this flat section after this morning's, or last night's movement, which just ended up being a nothing burger the whole day. So I'm looking for an entry. I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen. I have a sneaking suspicion we will probably try and push up a little bit with New York Open, and then we will eventually start creating new downward price action to try and get down to the options expiry point. Which then means that we need to sweep the Tokyo lows and then come down to basically just before the news pushed the price up. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We have another minute or so before New York session opens up, and then we'll see.
Yeah, we got literally 2 minutes now before New York Open. I think it could be interesting. I'd like to see sells, but we'll see. GU's now just entered a complete consolidation as well. So I'm glad I took out what I did. You know, I could have had that set and forget mindset, but you know, we came out to a really sort of valid potential point of reversal for me, and hey ho, we consolidated, I took out, reversal. So it just goes to show what market experience does.
I don't know. It's a little bit difficult to say on the 15, because I feel like there's room for a retest and then continue lower. But on the 5, you can see that it's slowed down quite significantly. Interesting. We'll see. We'll see what it does.
Yeah. I'm just glad that I'm done for the day. You know, I'm glad that I took out I took out some money from the market. So gained just under. So gained 0.5%. What more can I wish for?
LJ is saying, I have my first meal in 14 hours now. Very happy. I'm assuming it was a happy meal. It's the only thing that makes sense. Why you not in cells? In my case, I'm not in any cells at the moment because we are at New York Open right now, and I do not trade the New York Open. Candles, at least. I wait to see for price action to establish first, and then I'll enter. So New York Open, especially after a day of consolidation, after a news event, could potentially spell some volatility in an uncertain direction. Let's rather put it like that.
Yeah.
Euro USD seems to want to go high.
When the You reckon?
No, Ressa saying EUJR
Oh.
so I'm assuming it's Euro USD. He says he seems to want to go long. Not yet. I would say not yet.
Fair. I'd be quite tempted and quite inclined to agree with you. It's certainly, I don't think it's ready for long just yet.
Adrodolf Linkler is saying, from my 1 year experience as a demo trader and 2 months at a 2.5K, still not passed, I think we're going down.
You know what? the probabilities of us going down, guaranteed now. Yeah, I'm going to put the remaining of my account balance on short. All thanks to Abradolf Linkler. So thank you very much, kind sir, for your...
Full confidence.
Yeah,
Restart saying
your absolute gold.
it moved slow towards these lows and spiked. The problem is, if you look at the 5-minute candles, you'll see that all the while we've been here, we've had spikes above and below. Yes, we've slowed down, but the whole day so far has been very flat overall. The high of London has been the high of London the whole day. One test, volumetric push down. We respected this channel over here and broken through now after attempting multiple times throughout the day. Yes, it slowed, but this is New York Open. New York Open brings with it extra volume. It brings in extra volatility. Give it a moment. Let it play out and then decide whether or not it's poised. Yeah, it's poised for a buy. My problem with this saying that it's poised ready for a buy is we have still printed lower lows and we have yet to print higher lows. So we're still seeing price action like this in this segment, which is a channel pushing downward. We need to break, or we need to slow down completely and then re-attempt to try and push price lower. So imagine from where we are right now, this was the last high. We made a new low in relation to this area over here. We now need to try and push up, fail to make a new low, so make a higher low, and then proceed to make a higher high. And then we need to break this previous high point as well, and then start pushing up higher. I don't think we are quite ready for a buy just yet, because price action is not aligned yet on the 5. If you go up to the hourly, we are strong bearish. It's not slowed down at all. So, and we have 26 minutes left before this hourly candle is closed. Yes, by all means, it can probably come back and create a small body with a longer wick, in which case I would then wait for a follow-up bullish candle to try and confirm that it wants to push up higher. That's kind of like what I'm saying. What do you think of the daily gap for the target at 1.1763? So 117.63.
Euro?
That's 17063, so it's here.
Oh, I
So
see
this
it, yeah.
point up over
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
Gonna go to the daily and just wait to see there.
It would make sense to come up that far, if I'm honest, on the on the daily time frame. Do you think?
No.
Really? Do you not think? Like, if on the daily time frame, you know, we've broken and closed under the significant low at around 15.717. You know, a bit of a, you know, we've carried on that sort of trend down. We've also broke the low of 14.637. A pullback either to an area of around 15.928. Or maybe up to the gap fill around 17.758. 17.758. Either that, or you're going to look at, you know, the imbalance fill in between.
I don't know how I feel about that. I might be wrong at this, but I don't see buys.
No, neither do I. I'm just playing devil's advocate, you know. Like, on a personal level, sells. I think sells are coming.
I mean, the area that had volumetric movement all the way down here. All right. So this was 1491. We started seeing volume out of this area. Yes, it was still lower than the 200 EMA. It was still lower than the 100. We wicked into it, but strong movement. But since then, consolidative. So I want to see us try and dip a little bit lower and then potentially pick up. I don't see it yet. I don't see it now. The hourly is not showing it to me. The 4 hourly is not showing it to me at all. And even on the lower time frames, 5 minute, 15, I'm not seeing buys just yet. Look, if you're looking at a buy and you have your reasons, follow your reasons. Like, you don't need my input for your trade. To me, I don't see the buy just yet. And then on top of that, if you're looking at your take profit at 17.06, which is all the way up over there, yeah, you're basically at this point over here. There we go. You're up over there as your target point. And if we have a look at what is happening in this area, yeah, you do have a little bit of consolidation during the Tokyo session. But you can just as easily come up to an area over here where you've had multiple attempts to try and push price higher and failed. Tested into it there. You can take any one of these swing points as a potential area of test, because each one of these has caused price, let's rather say, to push lower. So each one of those areas is a potential test area as well. On top of that, you have higher highs, higher lows. Yes, that makes sense. So higher, the low high, higher low, higher high, higher low, no higher highs yet on the day. We can potentially make a higher high up over here during the New York session. That is something that can happen. I just, right now, I don't see it. I don't see it just yet. Yo, Samir, what's up?
Hello, guys.
Samir, what's good,
How are
bro?
you guys?
How you doing,
I'm
man?
good. How are you guys?
Ah, dude, not too shabby, mate. Not too
good,
shabby.
mate.
I am seeing US 30 right
too
now. My setup is there. I'm just waiting for a breakout. So that's why I was focused on the other screen, you know.
US 30. Oh, are you in a buy or are you readying up for a sell?
I want to buy, but I want something, a breakout of this trend line that I have on my charts right here. Let me share the MetaTrader chart instead of this. I'm just gonna switch the screen.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
No problem, man.
Yeah.
Dim problem, my friend. Dim problem. In fact, guys, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to dip out. I'm going to grab some food before I fall asleep. So, guys, I'm going to love you all and leave you. Some good profits today. Nothing too much, nothing to brag about, but nothing to write home about, but enough to hopefully eventually compound and look at, clawing back ever so slightly the drawdown that I'm in. So following the plan, executing according to my tested data, and guys, I suggest you guys do the exact same. During times of financial ambiguity like now, then take your time, reduce risk, and do not, whatever you do, FOMO into something that isn't within your plan. So guys, thank you very much, and I am going to love you and leave you. Peace out. See you all in the morning.
Cheers, Will. Thanks, mate. Samir, it's you and I. It's us. It's us.
Let's go.
Let's go.
But have you got any trades today? I am looking for this buy, as you can see. Okay.
No, I have not.
I have my
I
every
have not
platform.
had an opportunity yet.
Okay. I was saying I have my every platform ready right now. If I break this trend line, I am gonna enter a buy. Let me load my other charts, my futures platform also in other screen. Okay. Now it's good. Let me see if everything is right. Yes, I'm on the right chart. Okay. Okay, seems good.
So, yeah.
Once we break this, yeah.
Okay. So you are expecting this is on the 1 minute. Okay, yeah. This is on the 1 minute.
Yeah. This is on the
Downwards.
1 minute. Yeah, exactly. I'm just waiting for the breakout, and I'll explain why I want to take a buy in a while. If we break out in about a minute or two, then it's good. If we didn't, then it's just a waiting game. But this pattern is looking very clean. The more it is going down, the cleaner it is to me. Of course, it should not impulse, it should not reverse right from here. It should respect the trend line. It can even, come a little bit here, that is fine. But this consolidation is looking very clean to me. 110% I am gonna buy here, following my plan and everything. Results are the outcome is subjective. I don't know win or
Fair.
loss, but the plan is there, and my trading plan is telling me that I should go for a buy here. So I'm just gonna follow my trading plan. I'm not gonna question my trading plan.
I mean, you are the master of your own trading plan, so
Yeah.
it's obvious that you need to be the one to make that decision. So talk us through, if it were to trigger, what is your risk going to look like? Where do you potentially consider your trade being invalid? What conditions are you looking for specifically, apart from just the break?
Okay, so if we impulse to the downside, then of course this pattern is invalidated, and maybe we can get momentum to the downside. But the idea for this buy is very simple. We are above the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. Right now I don't have it on my on this chart right here on MetaTrader 5. Okay. Let me even put that thing, because we are not.
I can see with ours, with mine, that it's drifting. Wait, is it EMA, right?
Yeah, it is EMA.
Okay.
Let me go to the screen also.
So it's around 46,351 at the moment, the EMA.
Yeah, now I have it on MetaTrader as well. So EMA is bullish. If we go to the 4-hour time frame, and if you draw this level, we are above this level. And if I zoom out this, and if you extend it right here, I can zoom out even more. This is a very nice support to me. Look at this price, rejected, a very clean area. So right now price is trading above that, and we haven't really breached this area also, and we haven't tested these areas also. So buys for today is bullish, but I want, now it comes to the entry. Okay, it doesn't mean if I'm planning the if my bias is bullish, I will enter blindly. EMA is also bullish. I forgot to mention on the 15-minute, but I just need that pattern breakout, which we didn't got. So
you're getting that more momentous downward push now.
Yeah, now I cannot enter here unless we get back into this this channel, or maybe break this trend line. That is a different story, but right now I don't really have any opportunity. I was waiting for the breakout of this. So let's go to 4-hour and let's see if I'm missing anything. Okay, we are rejecting this area, seems nice. Okay, going to the 1-hour. Okay, big wick liquidated this area, and there was a small fair value gap, I think, which we tested. Yes, nice, seems okay. And going to the 30-minute, okay, rejected this trend line also, something like this. Yes, everything is making sense to me. The story that I have for today for this particular pair is bullish. I'm bullish on this one. Now it comes to the entry. Let's see. I can even draw my trend line, something like this. If we break this trend line, that will be a good sign to me. So yeah, let me do something like this.
UJ right now is a little bit flat. GU and EU is a little bit bearish still. AUD has been bearish throughout the day, but just a very flat bearish, not very strong volumetric movements. Nasdaq to me is kind of just drifting. I'm waiting to see proper price action reestablish itself. If I don't get a trade today, that's fine. I don't mind. I'm still up 4% on my account, so I don't have to take a trade today. I can just wait for price action to start establishing itself, and I can.
Yeah, I think you was trading that 5K account. Are you still trading with our viewers that 5K account?
From time to time. The problem is I'm getting. Okay. I've had that one for a while now, since November.
Okay.
And The problem is like because I'm now the stream manager.
Yeah.
I rarely get time to like actually trade in front of people. Even though I'm here a lot more, there's other stuff that I'm like, even if I'm not constantly on the chart itself, I'm busy like typing an email or, doing something in the background while I'm here. Just I don't always get the time. It's not an excuse, but I'm seeing a lot more of my setups happen either before stream or in between my slots where I'm not at the stream.
Okay, so makes sense. You have little bit more responsibility now. Of course, if you are looking at other things also, it may can affect trading as well, which I agree to you. But why the spread is widening up? Yeah.
Why is the spread?
Do we have any
we're
news
going to
or
have
something?
extra volume. No.
Let me see if we have any news.
Anyway.
Okay.
I don't think we have any news just yet. There's no red
Yesterday
folder
I
news.
yesterday I did a mistake. I just got saved by 2 minutes. Else I would have entered the trade in news, and the fibers don't allow news trading. Yeah, 28 seconds.
28 seconds. I remember that trade that you took. It was 28 seconds.
28 seconds. That was a lesson for me as well. We should always check the news, economic calendar before getting in any trades. Actually, I'm trading NYSE. Majority of the times there are less news around it. News happen around, what do we call that? New York Open, which is around, I think, hour before this NYSE, something like that. So I am used to, trading this session, and a lot of time there are less news. So that was a lesson for me. I should check the calendar first so that I don't breach any rule or something like this.
You see, I was about to tell you this. Like, sometimes people get so enthralled by what they're seeing on in the charts. Like, they're seeing their setup busy creating. It's almost prepped perfectly. You get so enthralled by getting ready to take the trade that you sometimes forget to do your pre-trade planning, which in this case might be checking for news events. I think
exactly.
A lot of people have fallen to that exact issue. Not that it cannot be worked on. It's just it needs a little bit more input from your side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is I cannot say that I breached the rule, this, that, I'm blaming others for this, but it is just my mistake. I forgot to check the news. It is I should take full accountability of this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the only person that is in charge of your trading is you.
Exactly.
I just wanted to say, I can see that an hour and a half ago, we had Iran saying that it is not going to accept a ceasefire, and it does not accept a ceasefire and entering this path with a party that violates its covenants. And then about 5 minutes ago as well, it was also, there was a video on Markets Shrug, Forex.com's the YouTube channel, saying this as well. So this could be why we're seeing a little bit more propensity for price to want to push lower. So we had a push lower around, what's this, 12:15 GMT, and yeah, if you add an hour and a half or subtract an hour and a half from now, you get to that point. So I think the market is potentially looking for NASDAQ as well as US 30 to potentially push lower.
Yeah, I think that is the news that you just mentioned. I think that is causing this kind of behavior. But if I see the technical side, I didn't got the confirmation. That's why
Fair.
I'm saved. I'm just following my plan as I mentioned. Let's see if we break this level. I think we can shift the sentiment. I may can look for sells if we break this trend line. Actually, this EMA on the 15-minute as well. I think if we can close under, then I may can shift my buys. But I think that will take a lot of time unless we have a huge volume candle here. If we are respecting this area, still my bias is bullish. But again, that doesn't mean that I will enter. I still need some kind of confirmation, which right now I don't have any. So I'm
Yeah,
just waiting
agreed.
here. Yeah. By the way, gold
I
really
agree with you.
breaked out. Yeah. We
Yeah, but
discussed
that's the
about
thing.
this.
It's like gold started pushing
Yeah.
lower, tried to retake that highs that it had off, off the London session, and since then it's just been, dropping ever so slightly.
Yeah. Still, this leg is there, the 1 hour leg. If I draw the Fibonacci like this, okay, I have to change the color of this so that you guys can see it. Okay. Actually, I'm using this MetaTrader 5 so that there is no delays in my entries. Else, I would be, doing the trading view, doing the analysis on that, then entering off of MetaTrader 5 and all that thing. But I'm just trading from this now. I'm doing the analysis here with you guys. If I see any setup, then I will let you know.
So I wanted to ask you this, Samir, because your bias is bullish, even though you did not get the entry and it's starting to look like a potential setup for maybe some shorts. If your bias is bullish and you start seeing bearish action, do you refuse to take the trade? Do you just say, you know what, no, I want to trade in line with my bias?
Actually, in order to shift my bias, I need some kind of confirmations. Right now, this level is there. If we are above that, that is a buy to me. And secondly, we have EMA also. So the only way I can shift my bias, if we break this trend line and if we close below this EMA, and we can also see other time frames, we still have this area. This is the last area where maybe we can reject from. That is also, I think, the 200 EMA. We are testing that area, so we should not ignore this thing, because I've seen if price is trading above or below the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame, it holds some kind of weight, and of course pairing with some kind of levels. Below this, I am bearish. This is the last area from where I can expect the bullish price action. If we didn't got something here, then of course I'm shifting my bias, and I'll be shifting to the sells, and then it means we are rejecting from this area and we are having the momentum, and one pullback that can give me some kind of pattern, and I can get involved in entries around that area, because you have never seen prices moving in one direction like in a crazy way.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Unless there's something severely happening, like
Yeah, exactly.
like out beyond the norm happening. Yeah, so as of right now, we're still seeing bearish action on GU and EU. Gold as well is showing a propensity to want to potentially push lower, even though we have rejected a rejection candle on, what was this, 12:30 GMT. So just let's see what happens. I want to see...
Yeah.
I want to see Nasdaq pull back a little bit and then continue lower towards the options expiry. That's what I would like to see.
Doing.
So it's pretty much the same as US 30.
Daily candle on NAS is like 50-50 right here.
Yeah.
Actually, we talked about that. We don't know if we're gonna hold this area or if we close above this area.
Yeah.
Looking at the 15
It's very
minute
flat today.
Yeah, it is very choppy on the 15 minute as well. There is no established trend here, so I will stay away from NAS 100. My win rate is also not that good on NAS 100, so I can only do the analysis. But if I talk about the execution, the US 30 is there for me. Let's see what it is doing on the 1 minute. Okay, still impulsing to the downside. If we can print little bit of consolidation here, maybe I can take advantage of that. Let's see.
Hoping that it respects the Tokyo low in this case, I think.
Yes. We was also having a very...
Yeah.
This area, this some kind of demand area. This is the last hope for me. If it rejects from here, good. If it didn't, shifting the bias can be good. This is the daily high, which can be the future target if we go for buys in this case. And this is the daily low. If we go for sells, we can target this. Let me draw it for you guys, something like this. And if it rejects from here, that will be good. I'm a big believer in that. Market always give you signs what it is gonna do. You just have to observe the nature of the price when it comes to your area. I have discussed about this yesterday also. So let's see what kind of nature we get around this area. Going to the 5 minute. Let's see if we are printing some rejection candles or not. Let's see how this candle close. Do we have any trend line or something like that? Okay, I'm missing this trend line also. Okay, so this is also a plus point. I might can enter a aggressive entry here because I just saw this trend line here, but just little bit of 1 minute correction that will give me more confidence and I can enter in the trade here. Okay, this trend line looks good. I was actually trying to see the future accounts as well, but I'm not able to purchase it. I don't know what is wrong, but I have to see my card. Let me try once. Okay, we are seeing some momentum right here. Let's see what price do here. I don't have to rush in any trade, just waiting. I think today is the day I might can get the entry little bit late. Sometimes I can get entry right at the market open if there is any pattern, of course. Sometimes I get the trade after an hour or probably 30 minutes after the market open.
Yeah,
So
I mean, patience.
yeah, patience.
That's
Yeah,
all we need. It's just patience.
exactly.
The DXY has pushed up a little bit as well, so still seeing a little bit more of this idea of the dollar being slowly dragged higher.
Dollar is very strong right now.
Yeah, it's just it's still quite volatile though. Even though it is strengthening in certain areas, it's still quite volatile.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, chat, let me know in the chat if you guys are in any trade or if you're looking at any setup. Let me know in the chat so that we can review it. I can give you my points, what I am planning in that particular pair or asset class. Let me know in the chat, guys. Yeah, we are just going to the downside.
Abradolf Linkler is saying, any take on EU seems like a key zone has been broken. Oh, Samir, you probably don't know this, but we've been having some issues with our streaming platform where the chat itself is not... Yeah.
I saw the group, yeah. I think now it's fine.
Cool. Is it fine now?
Oh, it is 4 hours ago. The chat, I just noticed.
It's not updating. Yeah, it's not updating.
Guys.
So there's two questions here. One from Abradolf Linkler saying any takes on EU seems like a key zone has been broken, and then Cole saying I'm thinking of a gold long feels risky. Prakyath is saying I'm waiting for a reversal or Euro and GP on GBP. Any takes on this? I will take a trade when I get an engulfing on the 3-minute. Interesting. I don't know a lot of people that actually trade the 3-minute. It's either the 1, the 5, the 15, and so on. But very rarely like the in-between ones, like a 2 or a 3. So saying waiting for a reversal on Euro and GU. So EU GU reversal 3 minute. Let me put the 3 minute candle up.
I just took a trade, by the way, here, if you guys noticed.
Taking a buy.
I took a trend touch buy here, as you know. Order block, everything was aligning, so seems good to me. I just took a buy. Let's see now.
Euro still dropping.
Let me
okay, I see it. I see what you're doing there. You're expecting the bounce.
Yes, I am expecting the bounce here.
Oh, but you're going for a very, very tight trade. Oh no, you're on the hourly.
On the 1 hour, it seems like it. If I go to the 5 minute, my stop loss is based on the structure. Yeah.
No, I thought it was the 5. I was looking. I was like, oh yeah, no, but wow, that's very tight. And then I was, oh no, you're actually on the hourly.
Yeah.
Gold sells targeting the daily open. Just hit TP on GU entry at liquidity sweep at 134.244. Stop loss at 134 flat. TP was 133.728. That was on GU. Wow. The liquidity sweep was pretty good.
You're talking about EU?
GU. The straight that 134244. So literally the sweep of the 12 o'clock GMT candle.
Okay, let me see.
On GU. Wow, that's pretty good. So I'll bring my chart up and then you can see.
Oh yes, I can see it.
Yeah. So that was the high of the day. This was the sweep. He got in at 2. Oh, that's the issue. 244. So 244 exactly on the section right over here, and stop loss was 344. So right above here. That's nice. So above the Tokyo high was your stop loss. That's really nice. So entry point over here, stop loss up over there. Take profit was at 337.28. 337.28. Right about there, which was the lows of Tokyo. Very good trade. Very good trade. 3R. Very good trade. Excellent.
That's amazing. Okay, let's see if this trend line bounce holds or not. On the 15 minute, we are above the 200 EMA. Looks nice to me. Let's see now. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I do save some my trades like this. Okay.
Yeah, maybe. It looks good. I'm still waiting to see. Obviously, I don't trade the 1 minute. I'm still waiting to see whether or not this is going to be a continuation lower. Maybe a bit more of a pullback. And then continue lower. But we'll see.
Okay, this is US 30. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, if we hold this area or not. Going to the 1 minute. Let's see what 1 minute is trying to do. 1 minute is looking. Oh wow, we are printing head and shoulder. If I wouldn't have entered the aggressive entry, wouldn't have taken the aggressive entry, I definitely would have entered at the breakout of this.
For a buy.
Yeah, for a buy. This is the 1 minute pattern, which is simple, some kind of head and shoulder, inverted head and shoulder.
Yeah.
And seems nice. I'll take probably 1.5% risk here because I'm liking this consolidation here. Okay, I'm just gonna take 1.5 lots more here. Why? Because I was waiting for the pattern. Now I have it. I took some aggressive entry, 1% risk, but now I have it, so I don't mind taking it. Let me adjust my TP stop loss here. So I was waiting for this thing. Now I'm comfortable in the position. It's okay if I lose this trade. I know these things play over time, and yeah, now it's okay. I'm happy with the whatever outcome we have for today. Let me see if my TP is at the right area. Going to the 15-minute. I can even set my TP here, but I want my 1-to-1, so I don't want to go crazy. Let me see what. Okay, 3-2. Okay, I'm just adjusting my TP here. Let me copy this thing.
Nice.
And my stop loss is at a very logical place, which is below this low. If we liquidate this area, it means my analysis is completely invalidated, and this is the point where I should stop trading. So that is in the back of my mind. So yeah, let's go to the 1 minute. Okay, let me bring it like this. Okay, we actually failed to break that area. So let's see if we hold this trend line or not. And yeah, let me go to the 15. Yeah, I'm comfortable in this position. Yes, I'm questioning myself. Yeah, I'm questioning myself. Am I doing anything wrong? Am I missing anything? So I'm just dabbling here. Sometimes 30-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, trying to see if I am missing anything, if I am not following something according to my plan. But I'm seeing everything here, so everything is according to the plan. Let me go to the 4-hour and let me adjust my levels here and there. Okay, I can bring it a little bit down here. Let me delete this thing. We have a very good level right here, and right now we are on that level only, and we have this a decent area here. I can even drag it for you guys, something here like this. So
which is exactly where you took your entry.
Yeah, I'm really liking this a falling wedge type of thing. So I definitely would have entered the trade, if not here, maybe here. So yeah, it's okay.
So question then for you. If you see that your trade is not really going in your direction, let's say it starts going deep into drawdown, do you just cut the trade, or do you try and hedge that trade to try and steal back some of your profit before it starts picking up, going back to being in?
Actually, I can only hedge if my risk is very small. If I'm using 1% risk, to me it is very decent amount of risk. So I cannot hedge my position using this particular risk here, because I don't know in how much drawdown I'm gonna go. So if I'm using my normal risk, which is 1% or maybe 1.2%, something like this, in that situation, I don't hedge my position. I just take my stop loss, come back the next day and do the same thing which I am doing here. Trend line, support, resistance, some patterns, some nature of the price, consolidation here and there. So I'll just take the stop loss. And I have incorporated one thing, which is if I am close to the TP, at least 60% area or maybe 70%, I will move my stop loss to break even. Like previously, I was just taking stop loss or TP. Whatever happens in that particular day, I will accept it. That's how I was training my mind. But I think after this thing, you have to optimize something. So this is my optimization, where I'm moving my stop loss to break even after a certain point of time, or when price has moved in my favor. Let's say like 60% in my favor, then I will move it to break even. Other than that, I'm just fine with it. And I think I've
so there's going to be a follow-up to this question then. If you've moved it to break even after you've reached 60, how do you feel if it just turns around from 60 and just drops?
Yeah, I was gonna add the point, then you questioned me this. So I was gonna say that after following a certain system where I was stopping after my after I was up let's say 1 or 2% or maybe 3% in some good cases, I was stopping and I was waiting for my withdrawal. But I have done this thing like for a very long period of time, for like let's say 3-4 years. I have done this practice. So now I'm very comfortable using this thing, and imagine the confidence that I get if I'm following this thing using my plan. So now I know my plan works, so I don't mind risking my profits nowadays, you know. I
Okay.
was gonna say
All
I
right.
have grown as a trader over time. So I am okay with
Okay.
whatever outcome I have, because I have so I'm so confident in my plan that if I follow this thing, if I take one trade a day, trend lines here and there, like I've mentioned to our viewers and in the live stream, I know if I follow this, I know I'm gonna get the withdrawals. I know I will be in green in probably in the ending of the month or ending of the year. I know this thing. Very I'm very confident in that, and I think the only reason I will be negative is if I make any mistake. Let's say if I overtraded, if I maybe instead of one trade I took two trades, instead of if my analysis is invalidated, I'm shifting my bias. All these things are mistakes to me according to my trading plan. If I do these
Okay.
things, small things, then my results are gonna get huge impact. And to be honest, I have made I have made many mistakes. So now I'm at this point, I don't want to make the mistake. Whatever market do, I will take it. Then the next day I will still follow my plan. I'm rigid
Okay.
now, you know. You have asked me, will I feel bad or anything like that? I remind that to me every time. Still, I'm reminding myself. If I hit the break even, if I hit the stop loss, whatever is the case, I know the system works. I know it will give me results. I know it will give me withdrawals. So that's how I train my mind every day. Because we are humans. We have a lot of emotions. We see money on the screen here. So. I do
Yeah.
self talking while I'm in the trade, before I'm taking the trade, or once the trade is done, then of course I have to accept the outcome, if it is
Yeah.
in my side, or if it is not on my side, or in my favor or not in my favor. Right now we have broken this trend line. If I was not in this trade, I would have definitely 200% would have entered my trade here. So I am okay in this position
Leaving
right
it
here.
now.
Yeah, now I don't have to do anything now. I just have to sit back and I have to let my plan play for the day. On Monday,
Let it
actually, I
play
took a
out.
loss. Yeah, Tuesday was a good day. Now Wednesday, let's see what Wednesday gives me. On the 5 minute, we are seeing some bullish candles here. Let's see if we can sustain this area. My TP is also at very logical place, which is above this high, which was a session high, which is a session high. This NYSE, it tries to go up here. Liquidated this area, liquidated this area. So that's good.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that you are convicted. Like, even when it was looking like it was going to break through your zone at the bottom, you were like, nope, I'm happy. This is exactly what I was looking for. There we go. So I'm happy that you are a convicted person in your trading, because you're like, how can I put this? You are a role model for everything that we're trying to, let's say, not just teach, but like what we're trying to emulate to people. You're a role model of that. You rock up, you're stoic about your trade. If it doesn't go in your favor, you come again tomorrow and you try again. And I think that's a good, like, solid behavior pattern that you have. You rock up every day, you're consistent. You said it yourself. Sometimes it's boring. You can come in here, it's rinse and repeat, but it's what is getting you paid. It's what's getting you to higher profits. It's the thing that is making you get trades like this, even where it's going a little bit into drawdown. It doesn't matter to you, because the process itself is all that's important to you. Did I pass, or did I follow my plan? Yes, great. If I didn't, I'm gonna have to have a look at it. Why did I not follow it? And I like that. I think it's very simplistic, but it's very, very powerful. And I like that. And that's something about you that I really enjoy, Samir, is whenever you and I get an opportunity to stream together, I can feel your calmness in the trade. Like you're just sitting here, and you're like, yeah, it's good.
I've been through this thing
It rubs
many
off.
times.
I'm calm right now.
I have done many mistakes now. I'm like, I don't want to follow that same path which I was doing. I'm okay with losing a trade, but I'm not okay with that behavior that I was,
Yeah.
that I was doing while I was in the trade or while I was trading. I am not okay with that person right now. I'm okay with, if I lost the trade, it is okay. You are okay. But let's say if I take 2 trades, if I don't wait for my level to get hit or things like that, I am not okay with that. Then it is completely my fault. Then of course my results are gonna get a huge impact. And still, it can go against me. There is a high chance, it can do anything. It is just a probability game. But while being in the trade, I am talking to you guys also. I'm talking to myself also. What if it goes against me? How will you react? I'm just talking to myself. Then I will be like, you have to react this way. I'm pre-planning I'm feeding this thing in my mind so that I react in that way basically when it happens. So yeah.
Abradov Linkler saying, just say he is an absolute Giga Chad, an anime character who has reached his final form,
I don't know.
whose only mission is now to aura farm.
I don't know why you guys are putting me this way.
It's because they've seen your profile picture. They've seen it. They know. Have you ever seen that meme of that like Giga Chad guy with that most chiseled chin?
I've seen it. Yes.
Between yourself
Giga
and
Chad.
Akram, it's the two of you are the Giga Chad guys. Like you both muscular, both in it, exercising, and both have these very chiseled, straight jaws. That's why. Julius is asking, how do you set the time zones in TradingView so that you know the sessions on the chart? So I'll bring my screen up for you, and then I can show you this. So time zone wise, if you want to change the time zone, here at the bottom of TradingView, you'll see it says time zone. So my time is UTC +2, which is South African Standard Time. You can click on that, and then you can go and find your local time according to what you have. Okay. Then, if you have a sessions indicator, like for argument's sake, market sessions by Leviathan, which is the one that I use, but you can use any session indicator available by clicking the indicators tab and searching sessions indicator. And what you then do is you will see that on the inputs tab, you have the session with each, in this case, there's 4 sessions, Tokyo, London, New York, and Sydney. I don't use the Sydney one at all. You have the Tokyo, the London, and the New York session. The times that it shows here is your local time. It's the UTC +2. So if you scroll down, you'll see input time zone is UTC +2. So it just aligns with your current chart time zone. Now, to get these times, the 2 o'clock till 8:25 GMT +2, so that it displays on the chart, you can go to a website. Sorry, wrong one. This one. You can go to tradinghours.com as an example. And you can go and look at, for argument's sake, the London Stock Exchange, which is what I use for my sessions, is the Stock Exchange open and close time. You can see the local London Stock Exchange local time, which is GMT. What time it opens up? It opens up at 8 o'clock in the morning and then closes at 4:30 in the afternoon local time, so GMT. But for my time, it's on the right-hand side, which is GMT +2. It's 10 o'clock until 18:30, so 6:30. So what I do then is I take that time there and I add it to this. So 10 to 18:30. And then it'll display that. And then you can do the same thing for any of the other markets that you are looking for. So New York time, there is the New York Open. You click on it, it'll give you the information here on the right hand side as well. That's what I use. So you can do that exactly to get your sessions times aligned with what the market is doing. You'll see that London now is 10 p.m. or 8 p.m. GMT. If you go and have a look at the news, you'll see that on the calendar, okay, maybe it's going to be next week. Yeah, there we go. Next week's calendar, you'll see that for the CHF, for the euro, and for the pound, we have the adjustments on the daylight savings time. So now it will adjust to an hour earlier. So you need to always just kind of remember also that daylight savings time may or may not have an impact on the specific zone that's being traded. New York session is affected by it. London session is affected by it. So just go and make sure that all of them are aligned properly according to according to the daylight savings time changes as well. So just keep that in mind as well. For this will be on Sunday, this coming Sunday, 29th of March. We'll have the daylight savings time shift. So that then means that my session indicator that I have, where I have London being at 10, London is now going to be at 9. And then it will adjust it from 10 to 9. So that will be the London Open then as of next week, Monday. So just keep that in mind. But for now, it's still 10. Anto is saying, my current gold sell, so let's have a look, a little gander at gold. My gold sell is at 4573. So sell 4573, which is all the way up over there. 4573. Stop loss is 4586. 4586. Oh, it's just above that swing point, and my take profit is at 4476. 4476. Oh wow. Okay, you're going even lower. 4476. Okay, so you are aiming for this cluster of consolidation that we had this morning with market open. Okay, interesting. That is close to an 8-hour trade. That's quite a crazy one, but it needs to break the current support that is very stubborn. Yes, we have this whole segment over here that it is stubbornly trying to break through right now. But good thing is that we also have the support up over here, which you can kind of think had a double top and then since then has not come back to it. So we'll see whether or not gold is going to continue its attempt to try and push price lower. To me, gold has been quite uninspiring. Being a trend trader, I want a trend. It's not trending right now. It's the same with Nasdaq as well. Nasdaq is also just sideways for me. So it's really just struggling to print any sort of price action for me that I can participate in. So hands on my seat, my buttocks on my hands.
Yeah, NAS is really consolidating a lot.
Yeah.
If you see on the larger time frame.
Yeah. On the hourly specifically, it makes a lot of sense. We had this reaction on Monday, and since then, it has not been sideways action. Shaky asking, may I know what is the bottom indicator? Is it RSI? This one down here? No, this is just a MACD. It's just a MACD, a good old-fashioned one. But I have adjusted it so I don't see the histogram and I don't see the signals. Or the signal line, I just want to see the MACD line. I just want to visually see how close to the mean we are, in this case being the 0 line. When we're close to the 0 line, I want to kind of like see how, if there's any convergences, I want to see whether or not we are losing momentum. I want to see if we're gaining momentum without having to go and draw a line here and say, oh, okay, that's the high, that's the low. Okay, we're busy losing momentum. But you can see it on the candles, obviously, that we have wicks above, wicks below on the hourly, and then that's why you have this non-expansive reactions. However, if we have a trade like this one, obviously this is a lagging indicator, so it's not going to tell you, oh, we're about to have a push. But when it starts pushing bullishly, the moment this candle closes, this whole movement happens at the bottom from down here all the way to up over there, which is now an expansive move. The idea is then to see whether or not you can see it on the chart, but the idea is to see whether or not you can see it on the lower time frames. So yesterday's expansive move, if you consider just looking at this. So the MACD has bottomed out right at this point. Okay, we started to pick up on the MACD, which coincides with price action in this case. Price has come down, basically made a slightly higher low in relation to the previous low. And you also see it on the MACD as well. This is a higher low in relation to that previous one. So it's aligned with it. Now, price is pushing up. Once again, you're making a lower high on the MACD over here, but you've also made a lower high on price as well. So you're stuck in this convergence point. And that's one of the things that I just use the MACD for, is just to see if there's any convergences or if it's going to start deviating from that convergence, which is exactly what MACD is. MACD, moving average, convergence, divergence. You're looking for convergences and divergences between price and the moving average.
I'm in the trade. I don't know how much time this is gonna take. Hopefully we end this trade TP or SL in this particular session only. I think we do have volume, and yeah, let's see. NAS, okay, you are seeing US.
I was on US30.
Okay.
This is NAS. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really not looking good. It hasn't really established any trend, just sideways.
Nope.
On the 5 minute also, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had the peak of last night, the news event, the low of Tokyo this morning, respected, nothing but sideways action. This just gets me in trouble. This is all this does. It just gets me in trouble if I try and trade this. I need a breakout, a retest, a continuation. I need that in order to trade in this case, if it is as sideways as it has been the whole day. But alternatively, I don't need to sit here the whole day and wait for it. I can just every now and then keep an eye on what the change was. I come back and see, oh, okay, we're getting closer to the high there. Let's wait for a reaction. Oh, okay, it's pushing lower, but no follow-up. The follow-up was non-existent. A refreshed push lower, non-existent. Came back up, retested the top there. Started to gain some momentum, but this makes sense because we're in the New York session. So it's just, to me, it's just a waiting game. If I don't trade today, it's fine. No problem. Jose is saying multi-time frame structures are all misaligned. Think it's a skip for today. That's exactly my point. Like, to me, it's sideways. Sorry, Samir, you were about to say.
I was gonna say not taking a trade is also good, you know. You are avoiding a loss. You are not forcing any trade.
Yeah. Problem is, it's been 2 days now, because yesterday's price action was also, yeah. Yeah. I would have loved to have had the trade from this point down here, making this microstructure. I would have loved that to try and push it up higher, but unfortunately we did not get that movement. Or we got the movement, but I was in a meeting at that point in time, so I was not particularly having a look at the chart. Oh, we do have a incredibly special guest in the background. He can just let us know when he is ready to, I don't know. Are you ready? Okay, cool. We have Samir and Sol, both
Hello, Sol.
sitting here with me right now. Hello,
Very
Sol, how are
turn
you?
How you doing, guys?
Hello, Sol. We are good. How are
We
you?
are good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got sorry for being late. I got stuck on a meeting, but yeah, I'm here.
That's okay. We
that is
expect
fine.
nothing less from the CEO. It's meetings and meetings and meetings.
Yeah, a lot of those. How are you guys doing? What are you doing, guys? How's everything going?
Everything is
It's a
good,
bit-
and from my side, it's good. Trading-wise, it's good. Health-wise, it's okay. I'm going to the gym, trading 1 trade a day, following my plan here. And yeah, it's good. How are you?
Yeah, you live in the dream, Samir. trading and
Living the dream.
trading and training.
Yeah,
Trading and training. That's a good one. TNT.
TNT.
TNT,
Sol, just to let you know, we are having a little bit of technical difficulty today with the chat. So we're using the chat from the live stream on YouTube itself right now. So we can't bring anything up. So if anybody is asking a question, I will just read it out for you if you want.
No problem.
Rafael Garcia is saying, hello, Sol. Good morning.
Good morning, Rafael. You've been winning, losing. How's trading?
Myself, I have not been trading at all. My setups have not presented themselves, so I am sitting on my hands right now, practicing patience.
Okay, that's a good one. You want me to take it then?
You can take it. You can take whatever trade you want to.
I'm looking at dollar yen. I'll give you my top-down breakdown. Let me just. Okay, I missed the entry, but I'll look to rejoin. I think we're at a very strong selling area, at a very, very high. And when I zoom to an hourly chart, I see a very strong supply area here, and we're forming this channel. And I'm expecting, as we get into this higher area, I'm expecting to find even more selling pressure and potentially some selling opportunities. So I missed my previous entry, but we can see on the 5-minute chart we had this nice sell-off, and we already kind of touched it, and now we're again at that level. So I don't know if this is going to hold this time, but even if it doesn't hold and I take a loss, if I start shorting and the market goes even higher, let me see, I have 11 pips from a very far supply area, and then around 25 pips from the key selling area I would be looking to sell. So I would be looking to, as the market retraces now, to maybe start building some sales, and if the market decides to break, I'll be taking some. I believe I'll take the losses above that area if I see the market breaks hard to the upside, and then I'll wait to see if this channel, this compression continues to form, and then I'll wait for the market to run a little bit to the top side, either to this line, which is 10 pips away, or to the big selling area, which is 20 pips again away, and then that would be my next setup. Essentially, that would be those selling areas would be my next opportunity to sell. When I'm just trading, I'm looking for the market to reach the next area, which is right here. This is the next key area. So around where price just touched. Zoom in a little bit. At this point, I'm anticipating the market to react to the upside. So around this area is where I also need to be taking profits. So that's why you usually see me taking about 3, 4, 5 pips, because at those levels you get those reactions. Okay, so okay, we're already reacting to this demand area. I'll see how strong is this reaction. It doesn't mean it doesn't create for me new opportunities to sell. So on the upside, we have let me zoom in a little bit. We have around this area, and then we have a final selling area there.
That one ended up being a double top. I'm seeing.
Yeah, we had a previous double top on the 1 minute chart, but this strong movement to the downside was also a new supply. So
Yes.
when the market reaches that area, it is potential for a triple top. You know, we'll discover that real time. It's not something we know in advance, but I see how the price was pushed down strongly, so that creates a new supply area, a new opportunity for me to try to look for shorts. So at the trade I'm at the moment, I want to see some, as we approach, like, let's say these levels, I want to start seeing some slowing momentum. I want to start seeing some tails on the top, just to see if the market is planning to turn and continue lower. So something like that, like that activity, that's, you know, some signs to slowly add into my position.
So, Sol, when you're saying that you have an area of interest to the left, that area of consolidation, and you're already seeing a reaction off of it, you're in a sell, but your expectancy is for it to potentially continue pushing lower based on the fact that you have a much stronger, higher area of support, or in this case, higher area of resistance to try and break through.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So now,
interesting.
Now, if we read price real time, we see, you know, this was a strong bullish candle. This was a smaller one. This one is even smaller, and it's creating or attempting to create a tail. So as long as we follow this pattern of a rounding top, let's see this candle. This could change anytime, right? It could gain momentum, and then I need to slow down on my entries, like this one. But that's why I'm always watching that. You see the tail trying to form. I want to keep reading this real-time formation of the candles to see if I go heavier on my trade, or I need to actually slow down on my entries, and this way to try to set myself at the best entry point available. So let's see. I like the tail, and now this level here. Is my next is a new key level. It's a new support. So I'll try to now, for this entry I got now, I'll try to get out before that key level. So my TP for this trade, for this scalp, will be at that around that area. So we created the tail. Now let's see if we can make a turn. So let's see if we can. I cannot zoom in anymore. Let's see if we can create a turn, a break of the previous low, and then some continuation. If it breaks to the upside, then I'll keep reading price action, and I'll see if I need to, maybe I'm 7 lots in, maybe I need to take some off for a loss. Maybe I need to just wait. I'll see, depending on price action. So I like that turn. Let's see if we can have some follow through. We will have some tick resistance around this area. Tick support. So let's see how this keeps evolving.
So I saw you had 4 lots on your trade, and then with one click you added another 3. Do you have shortcuts that you trade with?
No, it wasn't one click. I think when I'm sharing my screen, you cannot see my my depth of market.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So I have it open. I have it open here. It's just then close. So if I go here for the depth, not here for the depth of market, and I have the possibility to add shorts easily. So that's what I use, but you don't see it. So you see me sometimes clicking here.
I see you click, and then I just see volume picking up. I was like, Sol is a wizard. How's he doing this? But it makes sense now that you say that you're using the depth of market to enter more trades. Or more positions.
But I just do it lot by lot, so click by click. So I'm not. It's not.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we have this new box. The market would eventually break this little box. If it breaks to the bottom side, I'll be in great shape. If it breaks to the top side, I'll need to reduce on my sizing. So I'm aiming for between. We saw it all the way to the top to the bottom would be around 4 pips. I don't wanna stress it. Around 3 pips, I'll wanna start taking profit. Let's see, and let's continue reading together price.
At what point would you say that your candle is rejecting? Like the candle that you just had now, the previous bullish candle with a long wick below, would you say that that is more of a rejection?
It is an absolute rejection. So it also tells me, okay, maybe I'll slow down. I'll take some losses, for example. Okay, I'm down to 7. I'm down to 5, and then if I get extra confirmation, I can reallocate those. Yeah. If I'm not super heavily sized, then I don't reduce and add that frequently. But if I was very heavy sized position, then a rejection like that could open up the door for the market to continue to the upside. So I do take that into account. Now, if price now breaks that low there, that will be a great signal for my trade and might encourage me to even hold this trade for longer, because it just invalidated the attempt of the market to turn. This is like I don't know, a pin bar or a hammer. Okay, this is a reversal candlestick. So if that pattern fakes or fails, it adds strength to my setup. So I keep that in mind. So let's see. Now we're still trapped. Yeah. We're still in this. We're still there. That was a fake out. I'm kind of trapped here. We need to wait a little bit to see what direction this breaks.
Your approach to trading has always fascinated me. I mean, this is the first time that I get to be on the stream along with you while you're doing your trading. But I have watched you like enter trades and move out, and your risk management to me is fascinating, because it's the idea of I'm adding a little bit, I'm removing, and I'm constantly managing my trade and basically evening out or averaging across my trade. I'm going to have some losses within that trade, but overall, the trade itself is going to be a net positive directional trade. And I absolutely find it so fascinating. I don't see other people trading like this. Where did you learn to do this, Sol? Like, I know you've been in the market for so many years, but like, who taught you this? Or did you just figure this out by yourself?
It was a very long process from getting so many concepts from different places until I finally kind of made it my own style of trading. But it's the reading part of trading. The key levels, the supply and demand, all of that, the patterns, the compressions, the volume, the volatility, all of that, and then the execution. Seeing real time the patterns and the execution of it, and then the risk management and the trade management, which is what you're referring to, adding and reducing. But adding and reducing is not different to what institutional traders do. When they want to push billions of dollars to the market, they can't do it in one single click, right? Because there's no enough liquidity on the other side. So they need to wait for the market to move to certain levels where there will be enough liquidity available. So it's kind of similar. It's just waiting. Okay, you understand. You identify a key level, you enter a little bit, and then you wait for the market to move to the next key level to either add or to reduce to that position, or to keep adding. So adding at key levels and holding at non-key levels or gaps, which like this one, like here where there's nothing. That's That's kind of the idea.
That's exactly kind of like my point. It's that we as retail traders, we don't really see how institutional traders might interact with the market. We get a general sense because it makes sense. You can't have a $1 billion trade being allocated in one point. You have to have segmental entries. But to see an actual quote-unquote retail trader, you're no longer an institutional trader. You're the CEO. I mean, you run a business and so on. I can only imagine the amount of energy and time that you needed to solidify this idea, and we're just not seeing it with retail traders, or at least we don't see it often with retail traders. So I find it very interesting, because any other person that is a retail trader would probably not advocate for this kind of risk management. So yours to me is, if we're talking about risk management, I think your risk management is top tier. It's incredible how you approach it.
I think the risk management that you see me applying can be applied to any strategy. You know, like most strategies have multiple valid entry points. Let's call it that way. So my entry points are key levels, but you know, even if you're trading one key level, okay, let's call it supply, let's call it order block, let's call it the fair value gap, whatever you want, okay. Even one single key level that you want to trade has multiple valid entry points. So you have the breakout, you have the decision point, you have the accumulation point, you have the extreme of the and those okay, let me show you that maybe here. Okay, so this here for me is a supply area, but this supply area has the breaking point, has, let me take some profit here. Okay, so I close that one.
I don't want to distract you from your actual trade management as well, but thank you for the explanation so far.
Yeah, so you have in this, okay, so you have the breaking, you have the extreme, and you have the decision, okay, the initiation, where the movement starts. Yeah. So even if you want to trade only the supply area, you could potentially, you know, entry at this point, or entry at this point, or entry at this point. Okay, each one of these entries has cons and pros, and you can apply certain trade management and risk management to allocate at each one of those levels. We could do a masterclass on that, right? On that, and
yeah,
spend a lot of time.
You definitely can.
Yeah, and spend a lot of time discussing this and backtesting this. Just let me. I just want to transmit the main concept. So let me go back to to what we're seeing. So, yeah, we had the movement we were expecting. That was it. Now we're meeting again the demand from back here. So reacting. Now we have a new potential entry point. If we come back here, nothing has changed. I'm still looking for selling opportunities. We'll see if we can get some. I want to entry again when I can get out at this point with at least 3 pips. So I'll see if we can again come again and have a new test of this area and give me just a little scalp. Let's see if I make it here. It's a bit early still. These entries are not good enough, are too close, because if I take profit here, I'm only getting like 2 pips, which is not super effective, because you're paying the commissions, you're paying all of that. But
yes,
no, I'll take it, but it wasn't. I got a bit early. Okay.
I've been considering, let's not rather say considering, but like I was looking at the idea of someone of your stature being a very busy person, a person that has a bunch of meetings, you have a bunch of stuff that you are responsible for, but you're on the stream right now scalping.
Yeah.
And I've been like looking at the idea of like, okay, I myself, I'm more of an intraday trader, but becoming a little bit more busy. I'm looking at the idea of going over more to swing trading or something. So seeing yourself, a very busy person, coming on stream and scalping, do you still scalp in your normal day when you are not on stream, or do you generally twist more towards swing trading if you still trade?
Yeah, I do a little bit of both. I've been switching into more investing, even more into options and long-term strategies for stocks and all of that. But I always have the terminal open, right? I always have the MetaTrader open. So when I have my levels marked, because I know at those areas there will be some potential movements in the market. So if I'm in between meetings and I have the computer open and I get a price,
you can't help yourself.
Yeah, I'll take it, because I know it will be I won't get stuck in the trade. It will.
Yeah.
I'm already at the key level, and I was watching, so I will either get the reaction I was looking for, and then I'll get the profits very, very quickly, or very, very quickly I'll take the loss, and so I won't get stuck in a very long session or something like that. That's the long sessions, or getting stuck back in the day. I could get stuck in a bad trade for hours, and then volatility fades away, and you need to wait again for volatility to come back to the market, and that is something I cannot do anymore because I don't have the attention in front of the screen that much time. But I do have, this trade. Okay, that was what, 1 minute, 2 minutes, or this trade, the previous one was a couple of minutes. So that I can do. I can take the trade and allow myself 10 minutes to decide if it's in my favor or against me. And if it's a very good one, a very good setup, usually that's the case. It's short and it's effective. So
that's kind of like what I wanted to say. It's like, it seems like a very effective way for you to spend the time that you have available to you. And ultimately, you're still a trader. You're still somebody that wants to participate, even though you're looking more at options trading, position trading, longer term investments.
Yeah.
You're a trader at heart, and there's always that, okay, it looks great. I'm going to take it. I love that. I absolutely love that. It's the fact that even though you're the CEO, you're still very much a trader.
Yeah, I still enjoy trading, for sure. It always, it's always new. Each day is new. There's different patterns. It keeps you like in shape, in mental shape, and
mental shape, yeah.
And the challenge. But if we go to the history, we can even, that's today. Let me bring. Like last week, we can see the trades. This one, yeah, I always say
60.
I always say offline. I go. I do the same. You see me doing the live streams, but I go heavier. Okay.
I mean, 62 versus 7. That's that's a lot. That's quite a bit more.
Almost like 10 times.
It took me for 4:15 or 4:17 to 4:32, so 15-minute trade. It wasn't a long trade. It was just a 15-minute trade.
One 15-minute candle, just one.
It was on the 1 minute chart. I always execute on the 1 minute chart, but it took me the whole setup was
and here also you was targeting 3 pips. I didn't saw the how much pips you captured. As you mentioned a couple of times, you are looking for 3-4 pips here and there.
Yeah, I'm always looking. That's always almost always my target. This one 6:34 to 6:41. So it's less than 10-minute setup.
Yeah.
So yeah, here I think it was the same day. That was an hour before, 5:18 to 5:20. So it was just 2 minutes trade, 2-minute trade.
It blows my mind, Sol. Honestly, it really blows my mind. Like, just seeing you, like, okay, cool. I've got 2 minutes. Let me quickly. Oh, it's at my key level. Let me take an entry. Oh, okay, I'm in the trade for 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 20 minutes.
Yeah, for whatever it takes. Yeah, sometimes it consolidates and takes longer. Sometimes the reaction just comes and that's it. And you're out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It makes sense why the Fivers was as successful as it was over the last 10 years. Having a person such as yourself at the helm, just unrelenting. It's just like, I have time, I'm going to do a thing. I don't have time, I don't worry. I carry on with other things. It's not forcing. It's not trying to be a different trader than who you are. You are very set in the way that you do your trading. You're very comfortable with it. Obviously, years and years and years of hard work, dedication, and experience.
No.
But now you are reaping the benefits of your trading style. And I think it's very commendable. And I think for people in chat to have a look at you and realizing that excuses is unnecessary, you just need action and you just need to follow your plan.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things to go deeper here. First, like in my case, for example, doing something different wouldn't work. But because for me, holding trades during the day, when you trade this kind of lot size, the PNL, goes thousands up, 1,000 down.
Yes.
And if I held these trades for hours and then I go into meetings thinking, okay, I have that trade open, I wouldn't be focused on the meeting, right? I would be focused on the trade.
Yes.
So for me, for my reality today, this approach of getting in and out as quickly as possible is what also serves me and the business better, right? Because then I'm flat in the market. I know the money is not at it's not being at risk at any point, and I can be focused on the meetings, on the tasks, on the execution, on all of that. And that brings to the next insight, which is not only the strategy, but going through that process of understanding and finding the way of trading that it's best for your situation, which is key. Because if you try to trade like the way I do, for example, without going through the whole process I did, it's hardly replicable, and I've said this. It's a very ineffective way of trading in terms of costs and commissions, and if you don't keep that consistency high and that win rate high, you lose the edge very quickly. If we see this account, for example, for the last week, it's all blue, right? Let's take 2 weeks ago. I keep the win rate very, very high, and that's the only way you can stay profitable trading the way I trade. Okay.
Yes. I think what I was more alluding to was the fact that it's the blueprint. It's Sol as the blueprint. It was your approach is very much you. It's like, this is what you needed out of trading for your current situation, but everybody else in chat, not necessarily saying that they should also be trading the same way that you do, but they need to find that method, that strategy, and that willingness to follow a process the same way that you approached it, rather than the actual process that you have followed. But yeah, thank you very much, Sol, for that key insight. I think that is gold in of itself.
Yeah,
that's very good insight. Traders should find what is comfortable and what is replicatable for themselves within their trading.
Absolutely.
And that's why we are here on the stream. That's why we don't necessarily advocate for people copying our trades, but rather copy our processes, copy how we approach trading in general, rather than the actual strategy in of itself.
Absolutely.
All right. It seems as though we've come to the very end of the stream as well today. Thank you very much to everybody that has joined us today. Thank you very much to Samir and Sol for once again taking the time to join us here. Sol, is there anything that you would like to say before we sign off?
Yeah, always happy to join these sessions. I'm excited about everything that's about to happen. This year we have the 10-year celebration, and if you go to the website, you can see what's planned. Upcoming events we recently launched the performance coach, which I think is very, very valuable. Traders having that person to look at your trades, look at your accounts, and give you feedback. A professional and neutral feedback of what you're doing. So I think that would be very powerful for traders. So I encourage you guys to go to your hubs and go through the course that Rich put together. And then we're going to develop a process in which you can get accompanied by Rich and other mentors. And I think that will be very good for traders. And then next month, you will soon discover we have a lot of surprises prepared, especially for traders at the Discord community. So if you're not already part of it, make sure you join, because there will be good stuff happening over there. So yeah, happy to what's coming.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
Samir, yourself, anything from you?
From my side, every day I tell our viewers, following the plan, your plan, what you have made for yourself can literally change your life, and the Fiverr is giving you this opportunity. All you have to do is follow your plan and do that thing for 6 to 8 months. I think you will see a change in your trading. With that being said, guys, I'll see you tomorrow, and thank you to Rich and thank you Saul also for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Samir. Everybody in chat, if you haven't already, please drop us a like. If you haven't already, please drop us a subscribe. And like Sol has mentioned, go to the hub, go and have a look at our performance course, which was made up by Richard Wells, our very own performance coach. And yeah, follow us on all of our socials, TikTok, Instagram, everything in the description box below. Guys, we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great and profitable day today. Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.